Morning, 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 guten morgen, bonjour, wherever you are in the world, we are live and we are about to go straight into action. Yes, early start here in Sylt and we're going straight into that women's final. Two riders, never been in a big grandstand 5-star wave final, and they've both done it together, both having some big scalps yesterday. Maria Behrens taking down Lena Erpenstein in the first round. Big one that was. Then went against Justina Schnaddy. She also beat her. She's now in the final. It was probably thought that she'd be going against Sarah Kita-Offringer. But Sarah Kita-Offringer was taken down by an on-fire Marine Hunter. So Marine Hunter took down Sol de Greek and then took down Sarah Kita. So it is Marine Hunter going against Maria Behrens. Who have I seen on the water so far? I think Marine Hunter was the first out on the water. We've got some pretty crazy onshore-ish winds. There's a little bit of port tack in it. There's a little bit of angle. They're planing around. There is some waves. I'm sure we're going to show you some views of the water at the moment. I think we're just showing you the sun coming up. Or is that the moon going down? Who knows? But it's early. It feels early. It's not that early. There's a few people probably out there going, Ben, this ain't early. Ben, please ask them to put the live stream on the PWA event page. That's not my thing. There's somebody working on that 100%. They're already on it, I am sure. Alfie Hart, they're in the mix with that lovely hat of his. He's down the beach. That's the conditions we've got. I won't lie to you. It's not epic. It's pretty onshore. It's going to be difficult. It really is. And there we go. That's the red flag I'm hearing. So the red flag is up. 2 minutes until the start. It's going to be 2 jumps, 2 waves, winners final first, and we are in sequence. Where you watching from, who you're rooting for, who do you think's going to win this final? I mean, this is not the showcase they would have wanted. You know, onshore, Sylt, early morning. It's not the glory you would have wanted, you know what I mean? You'd really want midday as it was yesterday on a sunny cross shore. That would have been the dream. There was lots of people on the beach. This is sunrise, semi-dark, no one on the beach, onshore. It's a bit of a letdown for the girls, I'm sure, but they are in the final, and if they win it, it won't matter what time of the day it is. It won't matter that there's no one on the beach. They will have a first place in the single elimination in the pocket. So yeah, that's how it's looking right now. Pretty mean and moody, not epic. Good morning, says Philip. Good morning. Good morning. Do 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 do. 40 seconds to go. Who is that? Is that Behrens? I did see Marco Lang out there before testing his sail, but that looks like Behrens is out there. Maybe Marco Lang is out there as caddy. We got Nicola Johnson. Good morning today from Denmark. Moin, 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 as they say here in Germany, or in Sylt, I should say. Have a good one. Good looking Sunday. Here we go. We are off. Wah, wah, wah. Green flag is go. It's 2 jumps and 2 waves. I mean, that is so difficult. 2 jumps and 2 waves. Onshore, they're going to have to find those little nuggets. Jumping isn't going to be easy. Wave riding isn't going to be easy. I have competed in these very conditions, and it is so hard to line up a wave. Every wave that you think you're going to ride, it doesn't. Then you go into the shore break. Then you get stuck in there. You're trying to jump. You're on the outside. It's going to be a tactical battle. It isn't going to be easy. Here we go. Hunter is in the right spot to get the jump, so that's where you got to be on that first line, and she draws first blood with a really nice forward there. Her forward loop has definitely increased, really sideways. Good rotation, and she'll be happy to get that in the bag, but it is 2 jumps. So we need another one. This is the outside reef. This is where you're going to throw down the jumps. I have seen people ride waves out here, you know, or try and ride waves out here, but obviously the peak is not very vert, so it is hard to ride. So usually you would end up trying to get your jumps out here, and then on a good day you could ride all the way to the inside in a big bit of swell and then try and get one little hit on the shore break. Today I think it's just a hit on the shore break. You could just see one hit on the shore break. You know, when these girls qualified for this final, it was cross shore, it was down the line, it was float and ride. This is so different to that. Got Skip tuning in, says good evening from Northern California. How we doing, Skip? Morning from Estonia. Windy here too, but going out that early takes a pro. I would agree with that. This feels a little bit early. Here we go. At the moment, it's advantage Hunter. She hunted down that first wave, got the forward loop in, and that'll feel pretty good to get that that forward loop in off the bat. Keep your eye on the white sail at the moment, because she's looking for a jump. At the moment, Marine's not going to do anything. She's right in kind of no woman's land. I was going to say no man's land, but that's you know what I mean. It's like that middle bit between the outer reef and the inner shore break. And the inner shore break, you're going to have to get in there early to get a wave on. Otherwise, here we go. This could be the worst first jump. Maria Behrens, nice forward from her. Pretty even Stevens, I would say. Not seen that jump come in yet for Marine Hunter. She's interested. Was it the slight advantage to Hunter? That's the hardest thing with heats and judging. It's remembering exactly what the other one was. It's quite similar. Oh, so there is some little ramps out there, and I mean what we have got now, and this makes all the difference. In years gone by, you wouldn't have this drone footage. You wouldn't be that close. We'd be looking at two dots on the horizon, trying to find something. Whereas this really gives you an idea of exactly what the girls are dealing with right now. I mean, this is absolutely epic, really, when I think about it, with what we used to see. 7:30 in the morning, semi-dark, two dots on the horizon. You know, this is pretty good, but this is going to be difficult. Okay, forward coming in, 338 for Behrens. So the Hunter, did the Hunter forward get missed? That will be interesting, because we saw it here on the stream, but there is no score at the moment. So the question has to be asked, did the judges see it, or is there just a little bit of a delay in that score coming through? Time is ticking down. Oh, there we go. The forward coming in. Wow. Well, I'm not sure that is correct, is it? The forward coming in for Marine Hunter is coming in at 875. Maybe I missed it. Maybe it was a different one I'm missing, or maybe that is why it came in so late. Maybe there's a little bit of a glitch in the matrix. Oh, good ramp hit. Oh no, I was thinking that was going to be a good ramp for Hunter. Okay, we'll keep our eye on that score, but that seems extremely high. Oh, here we go. Hunter gets a chance. Oh, doesn't. That's the problem with these waves. They kind of run out on you. You think you've got it, and then it doesn't quite work. Okay, so I'm going to actually have a look at the live ticker to see if I've missed something here. Oh, Backy! Oh! Oh, fair play. Oh, she's going to be pretty happy with that. She's been working on that. That nearly got hit by the drone. I mean, we couldn't have been any closer to that. But that, I mean, it's early to say, but that could be the difference You land a clean back loop in your heat, you deserve to get some points thrown at you. And Maria Behrens, though, is riding a wave. Look at this thing on the inside. That's what we're dealing with. Big, heavy onshore surf break. Okay, so the forward does come in 4.38. I was going to say the score has changed. Back loop coming in at 5.88. Wow. That is a great start for Marina Hunter, and surely, I know it's early to say this, but she must have one hand on this single elimination trophy. Surely with a back loop, a clean landed, 2 jumps, bang. She's got 10 minutes now to ride 2 waves. Behrens only with that forward loop, 3.38, and Behrens is actually on the beach. So she's got to find 2 probably better waves than Hunter, and something that will challenge that back loop. But the back loop is not an easy maneuver. So, Marina Hunter has been putting in the work. It is paying off. Needs just a front side hit. Oh, just bogs the rail on that inside. It's so nasty and hard to ride in there. I mean, it's really difficult to get the exact, well, exactly how hard it is. It probably doesn't come across on the stream. Could come down to wave rides as well. Oh, and that's the problem now. We've got to be in there, mixing it up in the shore break, and anything can happen there. You know, snap mast, it can easily happen, so you have to be careful. Needs to find that second jump bearing so she can concentrate on some wave rides. At the moment, not many scores coming in for the waves because, you know, they're in that bit trying to find the jumps, and it's kind of a 2-stage heat. You do your jumps on the outside, come to the inside, find a couple of waves. So if you don't find your jumps, then you get stuck in, oh, what do I do? Do I go to the inside, get some waves? Because then you're not going to get your jumps either. Or you might be able to squeeze a jump in close to shore. But I'm sure Marina Hunter fans will be super happy seeing her land that back loop. It's like James Hayward, afternoon from Sydney, Australia, mate. Wind on the way this week, good to hear. Looks like a different spot. Yeah, that's the difference. A few people were complaining about when we had cross-shore wind yesterday, like down the line. Just looking, Marine is on the beach at the moment. Did I miss a wave ride, or did she just get smashed back on the beach? Because sometimes you don't make it off the beach here in Sylt. It's one of those things. It can honestly happen. Sounds ridiculous, but you just get sideswiped, and it's, well, look at this, bearings. If you get a really good tap on the inside, yeah, see, that's the problem. It's going to be hard to get one of those ones. But at the moment, Marina Hunter is stuck on the beach. It's kind of port tack, a little bit bias. There is like a concrete, well, like lots of stones and rocks on the one side. So you can't just run along it on port tack. You have to be on the opposite side of it. I mean, it's not the biggest shore, Sylt shore break we've ever seen, but it doesn't need to be big. It's still very powerful, and there's a lot of water moving, and you just get to where Marine is now, and then you get one of these side swipes and you're in. But there is a bit of angle on it. It's not as onshore as we've seen. There is a little bit of port tack angle. I was a bit scared this morning we might see the real sort of star port, which it isn't starboard, it isn't port, it's just bolt onshore. Yeah, and obviously someone saying, oh, we're going to have a women's runners-up final. Yes, we are. Sarah Keita, Justina Shaddy will be coming up after this. Here we go, Hunter trying to find them waves. Oh, look at this. Could see a jump here from Behrens. Needs to find that second jump. Can't be another forward, though. She's already got a good forward in. Will she upgrade the first forward? She really needs to find difference maker. And that 5.88 back loop could really be the difference. Behrens scoring a 2.62 for her wave. second wave. So Marine, 5 minutes to go. The 2 wave scores is difficult. It really is. I spoke to the head judge before and he was worried if it was 1 wave it could get a bit lucky, but you know, 2 wave scores here in Sylt, you've got to come to the inside. Do have to mix it up. Oh, there we go. Hunter just gets it all wrong in the shore break, but she's got her 2 jumps in. She can go for it. Bearings really needs to find the second jump, and when she's looking for that second jump, she's not scoring the waves. Oh, that's look. I think is Marine on the rocks there. Oh, she's having a tough time of it here. She is on the rocks. Oh, that's right on the... Yeah, that's right on the groiny bit, I think. Yeah, oh my God. So she must have hit that on the rocks. Let's have another look at those rocks, because that looks really bad. Oh, that's not where you want to be. It's really getting smashed on the rocks. She is leading this final, but her kit is getting... that is the one place you do not want to be right now, is where Marine Hunter's kit is. Like I said to you, there's these rocky groin that goes out, and she was... well, she's on it. Her kit has just been on it. Maria Behrens, though, hasn't got that second jump yet. She's got 2 forward loops. She needs a different second score, and at the same time she's missing out on the waves. So like I said to you, that back loop could be absolutely crucial for Hunter. She's also got a higher scoring forward loop, and Behrens isn't going to get that second jump. With 3 minutes 15 seconds to go, Marine Hunter is in all sorts of trouble on the inside, but she is leading the heat and has quite a hefty lead. Behrens, with 3 minutes to go, is heading in on starboard tack, so she's not going to get a jump on starboard. So she is up against it here. She does have the higher wave score by 3 and a bit points, but she's losing out on the jumps, and the big jump, the 588 for the back loop, is going to be tough to beat. Marine Hunter, I tell you, she has got one hand on the trophy. She's probably got a few dings in the board now. She's probably got a few dings on that boom. But she is in the lead, and she won't care if she wins this final. If she wins this final, she will guarantee herself a second place. You know, will they sail a double elimination for the women? I don't think so. I'm not sure we've got the conditions to do that, or the time today. But Marine Hunter is riding a wave. Behrens, you know, needs that jump. Oh, that's a... oh, Jesus. She's going for it on the inside. It's not quite coming off. That short break is so difficult. You can't even imagine how difficult it is. Like I said, I have been there. I have definitely been there. It's difficult. Really difficult to get the power, get the board up and rotated back. But she's still leading. And... I think we might see more of a score than the last one. Behrens needs a back loop, needs something big. 1 minute 30 to go. Is she chasing shadows right now? She doesn't seem, can do that in Sylt. You think, yeah, here's one, and it goes. So to find that back loop ramp, she needs that back loop. We've seen her go for it in Pozo. 1 minute 15 to go, needs the back loop. She's got the higher wave scores, but she needs to find it. Come on, urgency. This has got to happen. You've got to make it happen. Even if the wave isn't there, you've got to try. This could be it. Come on. It's just not happening. Needs it. We've got 55 seconds to go, but actually, like the water is running out. There's no more waves left if she keeps on going. She's going to have to force it, and it's not going to happen. It is not going to happen. She will not be able to win it unless she can find a jump on the way in. I mean, this is Sylt. It can happen, really, but 30 seconds to go. Marine Hunter surely now has this wrapped up. She's on the beach. She's probably not happy with the second part of the heat, but it has come down to that pretty tasty looking back loop, and you kind of knew that when she landed that back loop. It just swung so much in her favor. 10 seconds to go, Behrens has jibed round. This is not going to happen. She's not got enough time, surely, to find a back loop ramp. Oh, right on the hooter. But that is not going to be enough. And it will be Marine Hunter. Oh, and a big catapult on the outside. Got taken down. Is she okay? Oh, that didn't shoot. Well, Marine Hunter, I was about to say, Marine Hunter is the single elimination champion of Sylt. The press are coming in. And like I said, I think she's going to thank that back loop. I think we're going to go and get some interviews on the beach. Oh, there she goes.
Unbelievable! I never thought I would make it. Shit! Shall we do?
Good. Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, you take this? I take this?
That's all right. Marine, huge congratulations winning the single elimination. How does it feel?
Well, I really felt that the short break had won, to be honest. So I'm so stoked, like anything could happen, and it's unbelievable, really.
That back loop was amazing. How did it feel when you landed it?
I was like, yes!
Do you think that's what gave you the edge?
Definitely, yeah. I'm so happy the judges saw it, because I know it's really hard and it was really outside the, I think borderline, like not on the area of competition. So, what a relief.
What went through your mind when you were stuck down here in shore break? Was it a bit touch and go, or?
I felt like I was going to lose, really.
So to come back and take the win, very happy?
Incredibly happy.
Congratulations.
Oh, thanks.
Now you can celebrate.
Yes!
Oh, sorry, I was too late.
There we go. A happy Marine Hunter, obviously. You know, that could be the win for Sylt. It's the single elimination, so it's not over. But is it? You know, with the conditions we've got, with the forecast we've got, it's definitely looking ominous for her first ever PWA win. Again, for people who don't know, there's a single elimination, a double elimination, and double elimination. People can come back, but there's a lot of heats to go. The forecast isn't great. You've still got to do the men. You have to think that that is the one. Marine Hunter, that back loop, 5.88, and the forward loop, to be fair, was a decent forward loop at the beginning. Her waves, not so good, you know, got stuck on that groin, and she would have been thinking that's it, over. But Maria Behrens couldn't find that second jump score. We are going to go into the runners-up final now. Third and fourth place, we've got Sarah Kita Offringer out there. We have got Justina Schnaddy on the water, fighting it out for the podium places. So quite an interesting one. Back loop straight from Schnaddy, but crashes. No doubt we're going to see a back loop from her in this runners-up final. Oh, it already looks like we've got some jumps on the score sheet already. Yeah, forward loop 6.12, so it would have been a decent forward loop for Sarah Kita Offringer, and that is already throwing down some big scores. Sarah Kita and Justine will have a good match up in this. Sarah Kita will be upset, and there's the backy. Wow, oh, over-rotated. So these two choosing to stay on the inside. There is enough angle. Maybe Sarah Kita is thinking to get the jumps and the waves on the inside rather than going all the way out to the reef. There's a forward loop 4.75 from Schnaddy also already in, which we've obviously not seen on the stream. But still, that's a 6.12. Must have been a very nice forward loop from Sarah Kita Offringer. Especially when, you know, we're expecting to see back loops. The forward loop is probably the easier of the two. Not a lot of room on the scale to up the back loop, but I'm sure we're going to see a couple of back loops from both ladies. Here we go. Sarah Kita's trying to line something up. Nope, doesn't find it. And that's the thing, you might have to go further out to find that back loop ramp, or you just have to rely on, and maybe a little bit of a luck when you get that little peak. It can happen. If you are just joining us, we are in Sylt, Germany. It was an early start. Marine Hunter going against Maria Behrings in the final. Both riders in their first ever PWA Grand Slam final. And in the end, Marine Hunter was the one. Had the better jumps, good forward loop, good back loop. Wave rides couldn't quite find it. She had some good efforts, and she hit the shore break pretty heavily. Is Sarah Keita on a 5.3? That's interesting, because she's still got Robbie Swift's sail with the starboard logo over the JP logo. So that might mean she's still on a 5.3, which I actually thought it was windier than that. Here we go, Sarah Keita. What's she? Oh no, doesn't look like it lined up. She's trying to sniff something out. Here we go, little one here. Oh, that was it. Yeah. Oh, doesn't get it. I thought the way that little bit of chop there set up, I thought we were seeing a perfect back loop. Schnatty will be looking for her back loop now. Obviously, she's got a pretty decent back loop on. I've seen her get some one-footed back loops. Is now the time to bust out the one-footed back loop, or do you play it safe? When do you start riding waves? That's the question. You ideally want to get your jumps in out on the reef, and then head into the shore break. Going to get another opportunity? No. You really get to see exactly what the riders are dealing with here with the drones. You know, we don't usually see this from Sylt in the waves. Oh, she's getting suckered into a little wave score here. This can be dangerous, Sylt. It does kind of pull you in, and then the wave drops out, and then you're in downwind, and then you're trying to go back out, and you find your jump. I'm speaking from personal experience here. It's a real tricky place. Messes with your brain. It's like teasing you every time. Oh, maybe this is a good wave, and you're like, oh, maybe, oh, do I get the jump? And then before you know it, you're on the beach in the shore break going, oh god, I should have stayed out the back. Here we go, Sarah Keita. Oh, maybe wanted to shove it. Justina Schnatty still looking for that back loop. Time is ticking down here. Advantage at the moment, Sarah Keita, but both riders have not rode waves. You know, if you find some decent hits on the inside, can be the real difference, but you've also got to get your jumps in. So it's interesting they're not going right out to the reef, because there is more peaky waves obviously out there. You can see where the white water's breaking, but sometimes you can get lucky in this middle bit. But the further out you go, as we'll probably see with Sarah Keita here, the more chance you've got of finding a little peak. There we go, there's one. Forces a little tabletop. You never know, that could be the difference. Sometimes you just got to get what you can get. But you've got to ride waves. There's 2 waves to score, so plenty of points missing if you don't find those waves, and they are probably the harder things to find, or to ride well, I should say. It's not so hard to find them, but to find a good one and make a good wave ride can be very tricky. We've got Santos saying the onshore conditions look very tough. This is as tough as it gets. Oh, big back loop, Schnatty. Oh no, she's going to water start away, but you do feel you get that moment, you need to take it. She had great height on that one, but doesn't land it in the end. Ooh, could that be a big moment in this heat? You know, she lands that, she then can concentrate on the waves. It's a different heat. Now she has to find that again. She'll be upset with herself there, because that was definitely a moment she needed to take to give herself, you know, a bigger chance in the shore break, because the Sylt shore break, you don't know what's going to happen. Here we go, Sarah Keita looking for that back loop, no doubt about it. She has the tabletop in, so she does have a backup score, but she wants that back loop. Needs to find the peak. Little peaky little number is what she needs. Not going to find it. Tax round. Valentine said, will it be slalom today? I doubt it. with a shore break like this, I very much doubt it, because the foils are just not getting out. This is where the guys who are rooting for the fin will be saying, well, if you had fins, you could get out. Even then, you know, it could be an expensive day with the onshore and the shore break. OMG Surfy says, good morning. Here we go. Another opportunity for Snaddy. Needs to take it. Oh, doesn't get it again. Feel like these moments are quite big swings in this heat. Obviously, Sarah Keita leading at the moment. She's got her 2 jumps in. She's now going to the inside to ride some waves. Needs to find something. This is the most difficult, finding a front side turn in Sylt onshore. It'll look very much easier on camera, because that's what will happen. As soon as you turn, you run out of power, the white water pushes your board. It is so difficult. Can't kind of emphasize that enough. So difficult to do a clean frontside turn and then sail away from it. You know, as soon as that board hits the white water, it just gets pushed ahead of you and you run out of power in the sail. So still, anything can happen in this heat. You just know it. What big back loop from Staddy. I can't stress how important that was to get landed. That could have swung the heat in the Polish rider's favour. At the moment, it's going towards Sarah Keita off ringer from Aruba. And Shaddy still looking for that second jump score and can't really concentrate on the wave, but she's going to have a look at this. Let's have a look at the small screen. She's riding. She looks like she spotted something. A little front side turn. Obviously, the big money is a big front side hit. You find that, you're going to see points like ding, 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 and it can happen. This could be okay. Oh, chooses not to turn. So she's already in the shore break, but no real wave ridden. So she's got the worst of both worlds there. Not much of a score, but on the inside. Looks super light now on the inside. 5 minutes 50 to go. Sarah Keita trying to scratch out something. Backside turn. Oh, that was nasty. Wow. You saw that thing just dredge out on her. That is the Sylt shore break 101 right there. Don't go near it unless you have to, but these girls have to. They're in a heat right now. 5:25. This is still not over. Oh, she didn't find a back loop again though. Needs to find that back loop. When will we see the waves today? As far as I know, first possible start for waves for men is 8:35. So 30 minutes from the end of this heat. There'll be a 30-minute warm-up. I'm pretty sure that's what the plan is. And then they will assess the conditions. Obviously, we wanted to finish the women's heat because there was both of them in that final. This is the best conditions we've got until the end of the competition. So there was definitely a bit more urgency, let's say, to get the result done. You know, they've done all the hard work, they've got to the finals, and there's contestable conditions. It's not easy out there, as you can see. Justina Staddy trying to find this one. It's like a bit of a double up wave, but not bad. I mean, from what we've seen today, that may be even the best ride we've seen ridden. But she needs to find that back loop. If she's going to take down Sarah Keita off ringer, she needs that back loop. But that could be the best looking wave score we've seen today. Sarah Keita was having all sorts of trouble back there. She is in, yeah, she is having a bit of a mare here. Like I say, Justina lands that back loop. She's leading this heat right now, probably. Is she okay? Can we have her on the big screen, Sarah Keita? Something is going on because there's a lot of... Has she broken something? She doesn't. Well, she looks... What is going on here? She had enough? Maybe someone's helping her. No, someone is helping her. Okay, so she's basically trying to get out on port tack here. There's a big rocky groin. And then, you know, you're getting sideswiped all the way. She looked broken, so she's obviously tried to get out a few times. She's been stuck on the inside. Now Staddy's going to have the same fate, I have a feeling. There we go. Oh man, it is so brutal. Honestly, this place is brutal when it's like this. This is like full. I'm sure there's guys at home that sail in these conditions that are like, yep. Probably quite enjoy seeing this. Judges on the beach. See the drone footage that we are seeing, or some other means. The judges are in the tower, and they are basically on top of that sand dune right there. In the tower on the end. So, I mean, well, they seem pretty relaxed, don't they? Come on, for the podium. 2 minutes 20 to go. Marine Hunter's just telling her about the win here. She's like, yeah, then I did this back loop. Like, hang on a minute. Probably need to get out for this heat. One back loop changes this, doesn't it? One back loop changes. 2:38 for the last wave from Shaddy. And she is about 3 points behind. That back loop, oh, that was nasty. Sarah Keita just got an absolute drilling right there. This is a humbling place. You know, Sarah Keita, 5-time slalom world champion, like 14 times, was it 14 times freestyle champion, 3 times wave champion, and she just got absolutely smashed on the wrong side of the gear on the inside. 1 minute 30 to go. Schnaddy needs the back loop. She finds the back loop. She gets 3rd place in Sylt 2023. 1 minute 25 on the clock. It's not too late. You don't need long to get a back loop. But what you do need to do is get yourself out of the shore break. And it looks like she's found a route out. Sometimes you just find a route out and it's like, well, hey, I'm out. And there's no other reason, you know. Sarah Keita now could just get wave after wave, and Schnaddy finds that back loop, takes that 3rd place. She needs the back loop. The back loop gives her 3rd place, I'm sure of it. Minute to go. I'm sure all of Poland right now will be cheering, but she's got to find it. I think I would just go to the horizon. There is no point in turning round. Needs the back loop. I think she's 4 points. Maybe even less, like 3.5 points. It's not much. A back loop would do it. Oh, is she going to get the opportunity? 30 seconds to go. Sarah Keita is finding maybe a little wave for the last chance saloon, so it might not be enough if she finds the back loop. Let's see. She's got the whiteboard. 20 seconds to go. No point in turning around. Even if the judges don't see it, you've got, oh, no point. 10 seconds to go. Should have gone for it. I mean, you've got nothing to lose. And that will be it. Sarah Keita will win the runners-up final. A nice backside slash there to finish things off. And Sarah Keita will take the 3rd place. And she's really had to work for that. She looks absolutely broken. She looks absolutely broken. Just what you need. Saturday morning, 7:30 is an absolute pasting in the Sylt shore break. Oh, she will feel like she's earned that. No doubt about it. You got to feel for Schnaddy. She had opportunities in that to take the 3rd place. One of those back loops landed. She had it. But in the end, didn't have the 2nd jump score. Probably needed another wave score, but it was really the back loop that caused the problems. You know, Sarah Keita as well crashing 2 back loops. And when we watched the final before, Maria Behrens and Marine Hunter, that you knew when she landed that back loop, you knew it was going to be a tough heat for Behrens. And Marine was the one that got the advantage. I think she's just been told she's won or got the 3rd place, because she looks like she is smiling far too much. Oh, no, she just found out then. Really? Really? Yeah, there we go. I reckon she's absolutely broke. I mean, that is such a humbling performance. And if you want any idea of how hard it is to sail in Sylt, that is it. Because this woman right there is probably the GOAT. greatest of all time in women's windsurfing. She has won so much. She has dominated so much in everything. And she just got absolutely smashed. Absolutely smashed. And she looked wrecked, didn't she? We're going back to bed after this.
Turn over again. Yeah, now we can start.
Sarah Keita winning the small final against Justina. How was it out there?
It was fun to be out there in the beginning as I stayed away from the shore break, but once I started wave riding, I came close by and it's much lighter, so I just got pummeled by the shore break. I think I got some points, but it was savage.
Was that a real Sylt conditions today?
I think this is I've never been beaten so much by the shore break in my life here, and it's not even that bad. So yeah, definitely got a taste of Sylt today. Yeah.
A real taste in the mouth as well. What gave you the edge over Justina today?
Are we still going? I think I had one big jump. I think that made it because everything else was quite hard to do. So yeah, the jump, the forward.
Awesome. Well, congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, congrats to the other girls as well. I'm super happy to see all these new faces in the finals and to compete against Justina also, I think. So glad we got it done.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there we go. A taste of Sylt. That could be the title for today's film. And you've got to say, Maureen Hunter, she was the one girl that we saw today who landed the back loop, and there's a big deal. It's not an easy move in tricky conditions like this, so I think a thoroughly deserved win for Maureen Hunter, taking the single out in Sylt 2023. Yeah, we just heard 8:35 will be the next first possible start for the men's fleet. So they're going to be out there warming up. We are going to take a break right now. We'll leave you with scenes as a happy Maureen Hunter. There's a pretty semi-happy Justina, but she will know she needed that back loop. That would have been the big difference. And she might just be thinking, could have had that. It could have been there. But that's what we're going to do. So we're going to take a break, go to adverts, maybe grab a cup of coffee, and we will be back to bring you the men's single elimination.
Irgendwo da draußen ist er, der perfekte Urlaub, wo die Zeit stillsteht und man glücklich ist und man spürt, dass immer jemand für dich da ist. Lass dich treiben. Komm mit.
Schauinslandreisen.
Urlaub in besten Händen.
Got to be. Gemeinsam für euch. Ultra starker Halt. Den ganzen Tag. Für matte Looks. Auf jeder Welle. Sofortiges Volumen im Handumdrehen. Got to be. For whoever you want to be.
Heineken celebrates 150 years of the perfect serve. It should be served in its purest form.
More ice?
Quality brew with malt hops and water for a crisp taste that needs nothing else.
Can I get some limes, por favor?
Pour at 45-degree angle and sculpt to perfection.
Sparen war gestern. Jetzt einfach anlegen mit Smarvesto. Die digitale Vermögensverwaltung mit künstlicher Intelligenz. Smarvesto analysiert täglich die Märkte der ETFs und ETCs und optimiert Ihre Geldanlage. Jetzt einfach anlegen auf smarvesto.de.
Tja, unser Buddy hatte eine OP vor 2 Wochen. Da ging's ihm ganz schön schlecht. Zum Glück hat die Hanse Merkur die Tierklinik bezahlt. Und jetzt sind alle wieder glücklich.
Eine Leistung unserer Tierversicherung. Hand in Hand ist Hanse Merkur. Ausgezeichnet von Stiftung Warentest.
Volkswagen.
Escaping reality and reconnecting with yourself. Adventure awaits.
Okay, welcome back. We have a naked German guy just walking up the beach. I'm glad they cut to me for the first time ever. We are kicking off men's single elimination here in the waves. We've got Antoine Albert going against Federico Mauricio. We've got Thomas Traversa going against Nico Agajan. But before we go into that, which is starting in about 5 minutes time, we're going to play some adverts and then we'll be straight back to give you the commentary.
Irgendwo da draußen ist er, der perfekte Urlaub, wo die Zeit stillsteht und man glücklich ist und man spürt, dass immer jemand für dich da ist. Lass dich treiben. Komm mit.
Schauinslandreisen.
Urlaub in besten Händen.
Got to be. Gemeinsam für euch. Ultra starker Halt. Den ganzen Tag. Für matte Looks. Auf jeder Welle. Sofortiges Volumen im Handumdrehen. Got to be. For whoever you want to be.
Heineken celebrates 150 years of the perfect serve. It should be served in its purest form.
More ice?
Quality brew with malt hops and water for a crisp taste that needs nothing else.
Can I get some limes, por favor?
Pour at 45-degree angle and sculpt to perfection.
Sparen war gestern. Jetzt einfach anlegen mit Smarvesto. Die digitale Vermögensverwaltung mit künstlicher Intelligenz. Smarvesto analysiert täglich die Märkte der ETFs und ETCs und optimiert Ihre Geldanlage. Jetzt einfach anlegen auf smarvesto.de.
Tja, unser Buddy hatte eine OP vor 2 Wochen. Da ging es ihm ganz schön schlecht. Zum Glück hat die Hanse Merkur die Tierklinik bezahlt. Und jetzt sind alle wieder glücklich.
Eine Leistung unserer Tierversicherung. Hand in Hand ist Hanse Merkur. Ausgezeichnet von Stiftung Warentest.
Volkswagen.
Escaping reality and reconnecting with yourself. Adventure awaits.
So here we go. We will be going into men's single elimination competition. Yes, that's where we're at. It's going to be an interesting one. Not easy conditions out there. They did have to push hard to get the women's, finals through. It made a lot of sense because they were right at the end of the final. I'm not sure how far we're going to get through this final, but there is some problems for people who might think, wow, we shouldn't be doing it in this. Thomas Traversa's in the first heat, and this guy can make the worst of conditions look like who keeper. The guy is insane in Sylt. He has to be one of the top tipped riders to go all the way through. He's won here, I think, a couple of times already in the past. He has proved it's not fluke, it's not luck. He has the skills here in Sylt. So yeah, also we've got Federico Mauricio in this, as you can see on your screens right now. So yeah, that's how we're looking at the moment. Agajan is in this. He's coming up against Thomas Traversa, and Mauricio going against Antoine Albert. Philip says the swimmer chose a single fin. You sure it wasn't a thruster? 2 little side bites. Not started the heat just yet, but we will be getting there very, very soon. So interesting to see some tough conditions and how the guys deal with it for you guys at home. Yes, it's not cloud break, but it is interesting to see how they deal with it. It really is not easy at all. Just having a quick check. It's Antoine Albert by the looks of it. Five seconds to go. Okay, we're off. 16-minute heat. 2 jumps, 2 waves. Epic. Epic. Where are the riders? That's the question. There we go. They're just coming in from the left-hand side. I think they might be behind you. There we go. This is Antoine Albert on the Goya. Are we going to see the Air Chat Chew? Air Chat Chew to Chew. Oh, I think he was just about to launch. But you never know with Sylt. It always looks like you're about to launch, and sometimes the waves just disappear. Mauricio doesn't look super powered up here. You do need a lot of power, because if you're this kind of underpowered on the outside, on the inside you're struggling. Check out, and oh no, I thought I might get a backy, didn't get it in. As I'm looking, are we doing man-on-man heats? Have I missed something here? Apologies if we are. No, it's a 4-man heat. So we do have 4 riders out there. Mauricio, maybe his first taste of Sylt. I don't know if he's been here before. First taste of Sylt on shore is always a big experience. It's always a bit of an eye-opener. You see it on the TV, it definitely feels different in real life. But he's going all the way to the end, looking for that little ramp. It just goes to show, you know, what the ladies were dealing with earlier. Not easy. So, I mean, they're riding sort of halfway out. That's Thomas Traversa, and that's what he does. Look at him. He just snaking around, keeping busy on that white sail. Thomas Traversa already putting in a score. Antoine Albert as well. So it's going to be difficult. We need to focus on the riders. Nice backside hit, but then you've got to find your way out of it. And he's not going to find his way out of that one. Keep your eye on the white sail from Thomas Traversa, because he is definitely a specialist here in Sylt. You know, if you could be a specialist, I think he is the one, which some people might not think. They'll be thinking, oh, Thomas Traversa is like this big wave guy, which he is. But here in Sylt, the guy is insane. He is just so good. Alex Mussolini was another one who was really good here in Sylt. They just keep going when no one else can. They keep flow when no one else can. It's so impressive to see them wave riding in the onshore stuff. Like Thomas Traversa, I could maybe say is one of the best in the world. Victor Fernandez as well, another, catching him up. That Robbie Swift. I think he must be in the next heat or something. So we do have waves. Antoine Albert 4.75 on the board already. That's a pretty solid wave score from what we've seen this morning. Agajan also riding a wave, going out. You know what I mean? It's port tack and he's riding on port tack. That's just how onshore it's maybe just gone. Antoine Albert trying to flip around a back loop, doesn't get the landing. Just so difficult. I mean, let me know in the comments below if these are the type of conditions you sail in at home. I mean, I don't mean to be rude, but if this is your, you know, your local break like this, is you're a good sailor, no doubt about it. Put you in a spot where it's a bit more cross shore, and you will shine. If you can wave riding onshore like this, with, you know, a lot of water moving around, you have picked up some good skills. Because to keep speed is very, very difficult in this stuff. Even, you know, finding the ramps, and then the main thing is here, you've got, when you find the ramp, when you'll take the opportunity. There we go. I thought we might see that air chachu, and we do. Antoine Albert with an air chachu, which is when you go for a forward loop and you actually duck the sail in the middle or at the beginning of the forward loop, and you rotate around clew first, so you land clew first. He's been doing that to good effect in the freestyle. He's a very comfortable move for him, and we've just seen him throw that down, so that will definitely help. The guy in the yellow is not in the heat. There's a guy in a white sail. We need to try and find him. That's Thomas Traversa, and he is one of the standouts. It is difficult for the camera guys because obviously the other guys are going out before their heat, so it does get a bit confusing. But I can see that white sail of Thomas Traversa right on the outside. You know, we're with Mauricio now. We've kind of been with him most of the heat, but on that outside, I'm pretty sure that's Thomas. Oh no, is it? I'm pretty sure it is the white sail. Castro maybe change their colours, so sometimes it gets a little bit. Yeah, that looks like Thomas on the white sail. So he's on the small screen now. Keep your eye on him. There we go. Back loop. Backside hip for Mauricio. Again, to ride the wave from there, you're not going to get the big points, but you're getting some points in. So Antoine Albert 4.75 for that air chachu. Here he is, Tommy T. He's got a 5.12 for his wave. At the moment, hasn't had any jumps. We saw that back loop before. We were about to see that drop in. Agajan, no wave scored. Honestly, where you can score the points, the big points, is the wave riding. It's so difficult. You know, jumping is kind of, most people be pretty middling. You know, you're going to see a back loop, probably you're going to see a spin loop because you can't get the height. And yeah, wave riding is, I think, where you're going to see most of the damage done, and the upsets can be caused on the wave riding if you can find something to ride. It's very tricky though, isn't it, when you're looking at the best guys in the world, and it's got crash back loop, a 3.25 back loop, a crash back loop, a 2.5 forward, a crash back loop, and an air chachu. You know what I mean? After you've sailed 6 minutes or 7 minutes, and you know Thomas Traversa is going down on a wave ride, you know conditions are tricky, let's say. The judges are looking at this. They know, you know, and again, you could look at this a lot of different ways. Do they need to push for a result? How do you judge whether we should push? Is it for the event? You know, for the event organizer, he wants a result. There is waves, difficult, yes, but he wants a result. That's what he's paying for. He's paying these riders to be here to get a result. And then on the other side of it, you've got the other guys going, oh, they're doing the whole tour. We've seen cloud break, you know, and this accounts for the same amount. Are these contestable conditions? What's the level? Let me know in the comments below what your thoughts on that, because there is different opinions on it. There's no right and wrong, but there's definitely opinions. Here we go. Federico needs to capitalize on this little nugget. There we go. Little stall forward. Say sometimes you just get that little bit of, you know, I don't want to say chop, but it's like the swell moves around, and you can see that was a more vertical bit, but it was almost the chop off the top of the swell, you know, a little steeper bit like that. You know, Thomas Traverso. Oh, hello, Mr. Drone. Oh, that was close. But we are seeing a much better view of what we'd usually see in Sylt. These guys are so far out. I mean, I was about to say you haven't got a clue, but you obviously have got a clue because you can see the beach. And usually we'll be seeing like these dots on the horizon. And now we're actually seeing, you know, relatively up close what's happening and how, you know, they're riding. So at the moment, Traversa is leading. 3.62 forward, 3.25 back loop, 5.12 wave and a 1.25 wave. And on the other side of the draw, we're seeing Antoine Albert leading 4.75 wave, 1.75 wave, a 4.75 air chachu. I'm sure we're going to see a few more like scrapey back loops coming through. He's had a forward 3.25 Albert. The forward from Mauricio scoring 4.38. Obviously a little bit more stall in that. We've had a push loop 2.62 from Agjan. Bob says there's nothing better than watching windsurfing action at 2:40 a.m. in Canada. Oh, out. You gotta get it out there, mate. That's my Canadian accent. I know it's terrible. I've only got one word. Out in the boot. Unless you're French. Maybe the French side. 6 minutes to go. Ben, would you score on a backside wave ride? Yes, you can score on a backside wave ride. Obviously, the bigger points will be in the frontside action, but you know, some guys can really tear it up on the backside. That was so wrong. But yeah, some guys prefer backside, some guys prefer frontside. That's just the way of the world. Oh. Back loop from Mauricio, so he's found his jumps later on. Oh, he's going to get another opportunity here. Sometimes they just line up. Oh, that one actually didn't, but he's definitely paid the drone guy today, Mauricio. He's got his own personal drone pilot. We've got Richard Rose saying just having a breakfast with, oh, I thought it said with a beer. There was something in the way. It's actually with Ben's Entertainment. I was going to say, who's having a breakfast with a beer? Oh, backside hit from Mauricio. Maybe coming back into this as we get further into the heat. A few scores to drop. And this is kind of how you can ride Sylt, you know, a longer wave, turns. You know, is it going to be critical? Is it going to score the big points? Maybe not, but it's not a bad score. We saw Antoine Albert on the inside earlier getting a 4.75, so that was a big score. And he's actually got a 5.12 back loop, so he's actually quite far in the lead at the moment with 17 points. But the inside shore break, really hard to ride, not much wind and a lot of water moving around. So the outside break is easier, but the judges are not going to score it as high. That is a given. Wind Traverse is putting in 3.62 forward, 3.25 back loop, you know, 2.88 wave and a 5.12 wave with 3.5 minutes to go. You know it's tricky out there. We got Gecko saying, I think it is good they are going. I think it's also nice to see the riders in difficult conditions, and it will open the gate for other surfers. Sylt is worth it. I like how the comp is all mixed up with different locations, with different conditions, puts everyone on the same level. Casper Nielsen says, let's say shit conditions. Oh, come on, Casper. Rich said, we have these conditions in Holland. I do sail them and can be fun when windy enough. Yeah, you need a bit of breeze. That's why we're starting early today, because the wind is actually forecast to drop off a little bit. If we are pushing for a result, I would limit to 1 jump and shorten the heat. So far it's a lot of time wasted finding a ramp, and all the jump scores similar in the later rounds. 2 jumps makes sense though. Oh, there we go. That's the shore break. Thomas Traversa getting a bit of a beat down. Santos says, need a coffee to keep me alive till the end of this competition. 3:55 a.m. Wow, that is the key bean right there. He's obviously just finished the night shift. He's just been out partying, or he's got insomnia. Answers in the comments. Oh, Traverse! I just seen it on the replay on my. I've got my YouTube, you know, player playing about 30 seconds behind the real player, just so I can kind of get my own instant replay. And he just got smashed on the inside. But there you go. Look at what he does. That's sick. And well, that's the problem. You know, there's so much water moving around and sucking back on itself. Look at that. It is so difficult, man. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't run in this, because it is contestable, but it wouldn't surprise me because it is so tricky. And yeah, when, you know, Tommy T, when he's getting smashed around like that, you just know it's difficult. But that was looking pretty tasty until the end one. He's been pretty consistent in this heat. But on the other side of the draw, Antoine Albert is the one scoring the bigger points. You know, obviously you can't always match the judging panels together, but if we did, Antoine Albert is on 17 points. Mauricio is actually caught right up now, 13.39. This guy's not in the heat. Not in the heat. Antoine Albert, Mauricio on the red sail is actually been very selective, and he is right in the game here. But the main difference is that big wave score at the beginning from Antoine Albert. 20 seconds to go. That's pretty much the end of the road, I think. And it's looking like Traversa will be getting through. And unless there's a big wave score dropping in for Federico Mauricio, it will be... Oh, Antoine Albert with a big backside hit. I mean, that's what they want to see, a bit of wrist. They want to see a bit of lip action. That's where it is. Traversa, he looks broken as well. We saw Sarah Keeter as well. Yeah, Sylt is a humbling experience. And probably what you guys are looking at here, I actually think it's probably harder than it looks as well. Like I said, for anyone who knows me, have followed me over the years, followed the live stream, you'll know I've been out there. I have definitely experienced these type of conditions firsthand. It's like the Hair Bear bunch, this too, isn't it? We'll get them a sponsor, a hair care sponsor. Got to be. Just imagine the adverts now. So there we go. That is the final scores. Traversa gets through. Antoine Albert gets through. And yeah, be interested to see what else we're going to get today. We got Andre saying 360 short break loop, one-footed, no-handed. I think they said they need a haircut. Traversa's rig is bulletproof. We're going to watch some slow-mos of this heat. There we go. Little still forward. Well, they all look back from Mauricio. We've got Bob saying it's 7:57 Saturday night. Timing's perfect. And the All Blacks just smashed the Italians this morning. Oh, look at that. 360. Bosh. Look at this. Like pipeline. Not quite. But you know what I mean. There's a lot of power in that Sylt shore break. Heavy, heavy, heavy. We got Monsema saying never felt closer to being a pro sailor than today. I know what you mean. Right then, what else have we got? More riders for the slaughter. We've got Anthony Runes going against Alessio Stilrich. And it looks like a back loop for Tula. He's going against Riccardo Campello. Tula could be the danger man here. You know, he's used to sailing in the North Sea. Forward loop, planing from Alessio Stilrich, straight into a jibe on the yellow simmer. He's going to be easy to spot, that's for sure. And it looks like Riccardo's already thrown down a 6-1-2 back loop. So I'm guessing that was either very high or one-footed. Forward loop there for the Neil Pride. It looked like it must be Gastra, must be Anthony Runes. So yeah, all four riders in your shot right now. Tula riding a wave down that bottom end into the white water. Could he be the danger man? You know, tour leader at the moment, Riccardo Campello's got a nice lip on that outside bit there. Can't quite find the lip. It basically was just like a big banking turn. It looked good though, and he's riding that all the way. He's got some Sylt experience, Riccardo Campello, just off your screen now. But yeah, making the most of kind of a long wave here, and he's still going. If he connects this to the shore break, this is, I mean, it's a long way to the shore break to be fair, but he's just putting in a score. But that's not a bad wave ride on the outside, and then he also stays out there for the jumps. So that's a good start to the heat for Riccardo Campello. Good start to the heat from Alessio Stilrich too. Back loop and forward loop already in the bag. Anthony Runes as well. Back loop, forward loop already in the bag. Not the biggest score in back loops and front loops, but still 2 solid jumps in. You know, the guys can get jumps in very quickly. I saw a comment earlier saying it shouldn't be 2 jumps, but to be fair, the jumps are in very quickly. It just depends on what you're looking for on the jumps. To squeeze in a back loop, to squeeze in like a, you know, a spin loop, you're gonna do that. But then you got to take the opportunities when you get the bigger opportunities for a bigger back loop or something a little bit more points heavy. Here we go. Riccardo's going to get an opportunity maybe here. No, doesn't quite line up for him. .338 for that last wave from Riccardo Campello. So like I say, the big points are on the inside with that shore break. That's what the judges are looking for. But ooh, tabletop forward. Riccardo Campello wants that world title this year. Tula down the bottom end, bigger back loop. Nice. Simon Tula, good back loop. He's going to put some pressure on Riccardo Campello in this. That tabletop forward, I'm surprised we've not seen that from other riders. .12:20 on the clock. Alessio Stilrich, is he going to get an opportunity to take to the air? He actually needs wave rides. He's already got, well, he needs better jumps. He's got 2 jumps in, but obviously he wants to upgrade those jumps. Or does he just risk coming into the shore break? It's difficult to know when to risk that. When do you venture in there? Because sometimes it can be an absolutely horrendous experience. And you just spend 10 minutes basically on the beach. But let's go getting a 4-point wave for that last one. So judges obviously liked it. Riccardo's definitely got a plan. He's going to ride a couple of waves on the outside, and he's actually making it count as I say that. Doesn't quite make the front side turn. So difficult with so much water moving, not much pressure. 5.38 coming in for Tula's back loop from before. So Alessio Stilrich going to have a tricky run here. He's got to get past Anthony Runes first, but the next heat will be against Riccardo Campello. Just goes to show, you know, difficult for Campello as well. Now, he's got that world title. Has he done well ever in Sylt before, Ricardo? I don't remember ever seeing him on the podium here in Sylt, but I could be wrong. So my memory is a bit hazy. But it's not like he's a Sylt specialist and, you know, like a Traverse or a Mussolini or, you know, Brasinho obviously winning years ago. It's, yeah, it's interesting. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm totally wrong. Maybe won last year and I'm like, oh, totally not give him any credit. When Alessio Stilrich does one of those jumps. Yeah, no, it's not easy. He was looking for like a little bit of pressure, do the old back loop or do something, and ends up with a little rocket. Minutes to go. Ricardo, what's he got for us? It doesn't look like he is going to venture to the inside just yet. He's quite happy riding out the back. That was a pretty decent front side for out the back, considering it's no lip at all. Yeah, and that's the problem. There's no lip. Doesn't hit you back in. It's pretty close between Anthony Runes and this man, Alessio Stilrich. Just 1 point in it. Even on the jumps, exactly even on the jumps, and it's the wave rides that are doing it at the moment. So very close indeed between Alessio Stilrich and Anthony Runes. This could go any way right now. We've got about 9 minutes left in the heat. Alessio needs to find some waves or some better jumps to get an advantage. At the moment there is zero advantage. It's like a 0.12, and at the moment Runes hasn't got a second wave score, so there's literally nothing in this. Time is ticking down. Tula missing about 3 points on the jumps to Ricardo Campello and also missing out on the waves. But goes to the inside, finds a couple of inside waves. Not easy, but if he could put the pressure on. Ricardo Campello on the outside. Could he get his first world title in 2023? Had Campello chance the board sponsor? Not sure what you mean, Santos. He's on Nash boards, Nash sails. What size sails do they take? Aren't they a bit underpowered? I think they're on their biggest stuff, or semi-biggest stuff, at least 5.0s. 5.3s, maybe the bigger guys. Oh, looked like a nasty crash there on that bottom bit. Ricardo's still riding on this outside section. It's interesting. So he obviously really doesn't fancy the inside. And to be fair, we haven't seen anyone ride that inside section well. And one of the guys we saw try was Traversa, who we know is the best at doing it. So maybe it's just impossible to ride the inside at the moment. Just squiggling around on the outside, which is you know, not easy. This guy's not in the heat. This guy is in the heat coming up. Oh, there we go. You know, see, he's making it count. Tula, definitely some work to do, and there we go. Anthony Runes has taken the lead ahead of Alessio Stilrich. Like I said, nothing in it, and that is the difference. A 2.25 on his last wave, and Runes is leading. So pressure on Alessio Stilrich. Needs to make some big decisions here. Either needs to find those extra jumps, or needs the, well, he needs a second wave ride, and that's what's not easy. You've got to start putting it in now, because you have to be a bit lucky. Sometimes the waves don't line up, so you can't rely on, oh, just get a wave in the last minute. You got to probably ride and then just hope one opens up for you. It's not always a perfect science here in Sylt. Sometimes you need a bit of luck. Oh, Campello, yeah, gets it. One-footed back E, spots the landing. Looking good, Ricardo Campello. 6 minutes to go, advantage over the young Danish rider. And Alessio Stilwich is riding a wave on the inside. How will this go for the Sperman? Half Spanish, half German. Apparently the correct term is Spermans. I don't know if they've just made that up or that's official. I think it's unofficial. Let me know if there's any Spermans out there, if that is a nice name to be called. I quite like it. 5 minutes 20 on the clock. Alessio Stilwich trailing by 0.25. Just needs a 1.25 or something like that to take the lead. So with that last wave, you might find that he has just taken the lead, but it just means it's super close. On the other side of the draw, Campello with quite a decent lead. Tula struggling to find the waves at the moment. Yep, and Alessio does take the lead with that last wave score dropping in. 3.50 for that last wave score. So it's actually not a bad looking lead, and he has upgraded on the back loop, a 6-point back loop. So maybe he's seen that foot come off. You know, can the judges see if the leg comes off? That's the tricky bit. But Alessio now has a bit more of breathing room. He's ahead by 2.5 points now. So we need to see a 2.75 wave from Runes to get him back in the game here. 4 minutes to go. And just look at Alessio's score, look at Ricardo Campello's score. Very close. If these two come against each other in the next round, you know, the world's rankings leader, it's going to be hard to try and defend stuff in these type of conditions. He's having a good heat though. When you watch him sailing, he seems to have got a plan, and that is a good thing with Sylt. You need a plan. But what does Mike Tyson say? Everyone has a plan till he gets smacked in the face. And Sylt can smack you in the face, I'm telling you. .325 on the clock. It's there we go. Ricardo Campello is easy to find on that orange sail. Obviously Alessio Stilwich on the yellow sail. We've got Anthony Runes. We haven't really seen much of him in this heat. He's on the GA. So that is him on that bottom small screen. That is the GA. So they've obviously got the new sails out, because I'm seeing some different colours from him and Thomas Traversa. And then Tula obviously on the white sail loft Hamburg sail loft. Still advantage Ricardo Campello and Stilwich at the moment on their respective heats. There is Tula. Tula's pretty much got too much to do now, so the real sort of one that can make the difference is probably Runes. Like, he has a chance of catching Stilwich, but he's got to put something decent in. At the moment, Ricardo Campello is now venturing to the shore break. Oh, that's what we want to see. Is he going to ride a wave? No. But he's having a look, isn't he? He's definitely moved himself to the inside now. It's lighter on the inside. There's a lot more water moving around, but there is way more points to be had on the inside if you find a decent hit. And there's a lot of ifs there. If you find a decent hit, no guarantees. Anthony Runes trying to find a wave as well. 1 minute 50 to go. Campello looks like he's done enough already, I think. Looking at what Tula's done, looking what he'd have to do, the cards are stacked against him at the moment with 1 minute 30 on the clock. Alessio Stilwich at the moment has done enough. He's got a good clear lead ahead of Anthony Runes, but it can change with one big wave score. High fours would put Runes back in the game, but maybe a little upgrade on one of the jumps would help too. Runes is on the inside. Campello looking for that wave ride. We are going to see some shore break carnage from Ricardo Campello in the final minute of this heat. Here we go. Campello, can he find that nugget? He doesn't need it, but it'd still be nice to see him tag an inside shore break. This is when it just sucks up. There's not a lot you can do here apart from hit it. Forward loop into the white water is so difficult. You can see it looks like Salmon tuning in. We're going to see all the boys just come in for one shore break smash at the end. This is Alessio Stilrich. This actually is lining up. This could be a good bit of water on this one. We might see some carnage. No wind. Look at the water. It's just moving around all over the place. You got no speed, no nothing, lots of water, and that is why the guys are riding on the outside. Not easy Sylt conditions. It can be pretty fun here in Sylt. This is not it. This is not it. This just can make you look like an absolute amateur. But in the end, it is Alessio Stilrich that gets through. It is Riccardo Campello. I would never leave my rig like that. You never know. I've seen mass break in, you know, nothing. Oh, little end bowl hit there from Runes. Imagine if he hadn't made that. That would have been maybe a difference maker, but it didn't get it in the end. If you are just tuning in, yes, this is Sylt. Onshore, fun shore. Yep, that's it. That's how it finished. Pretty close, actually, when you look at Alessio and Riccardo, not in the same heat, obviously, so can you judge the same? But they will be matching up in the next round. So, yeah, interesting. Alessio with the higher wave score there. Runes looked okay, though. Got Steve Ladderman saying the heats are too long. The problem is, when the world titles are on the line, you have to give these guys opportunity because there is a lot of luck there. You know, there is judgment, obviously, but sometimes you get lucky in a short heat. So they're trying to take the luck out of it. But maybe you're right, a couple of minutes off. I mean, there's not a lot else you can do if they're not riding the shore break out the back. Oh, Tula. Getting his mass caught on the takeoff there. It's Riccardo Campello, 1-footer. Must be so difficult for the judges to see the 1-footers. One arm's off, you know, that's probably kind of the view the judges have got. It's pretty difficult. Not easy at all. Now we are getting the decent view. Oh, 1-footed backy from Salmon there off the Hooters. Who has he got? We got Sugi against Kohlberg. Oh, actually it's Jammer, sorry. That's Jammer. I apologise. Leon Jammer going against Bosson. Ooh, interesting. Sugi going against Henry Kohlberg. Kohlberg has actually won here before. I think he might even be German champion or something like that these days. But he's going against the Japanese Sugi. This could be Sugi's first proper onshore Sylt. A bit of an eye-opener, but the freestylers, maybe there's some advantage here. Adrian Bosson in this heat. We know how good Adrian Bosson can be. You know, obviously known for his freestyle. But he's a decent wave sailor. No, that is Julian Salmon. So maybe, no, he's not in this heat. What? No, he's not. He's in the next heat coming up. So he is not in the heat. He's out there practicing. But Leon Jammer is. He's already got a 5-1-2 jump. I mean, they've all got the jumps in. That's the problem. We've got to be so on it in these heats. Otherwise, you're going to miss it. 4 riders on the water. If anyone's out there listening, you want to join me in the commentary booth, feel free. Because there's going to be a lot of talking to myself today. There's a lot of emptiness out there. Oh, nice backside slash from Jammer. This guy has sailed a lot of Sylt before, and that clue first will come in handy It really is a good way to maximise your onshore riding, is to flip the rig over like that. You can get more vertical, keep the power on, and seen Antoine Albo use that to good, you know. I mean, this is a really good way. This is like how to sail Sylt on the outside. You know, going clue first for the top turn, slash, backside slash, getting some spray. Very interested to see what they give that ride from Jammer, because for me, I thought that was a really complete ride and just showing you what is possible on that outside. You know, there's not a hefty lip there. There is a banking turn to be had, so you've got to make the most of it. And when it's so onshore, just going clue first gives you that extra bit of stability in the turn. Oh, what a joy. Oh, look at this. This is just beautiful. Sarah Keita in the house, saving me. I'm going to have to give you some money for this. She's been in most days. This is great news.
I work for coffee.
Oh, you can. I'll go get the coffee.
And rum and cokes.
Okay, I'm in.
Now that the contest is over.
I am in. You've been out there today. We're going to come on to that in a minute. I mean, it is absolutely brutal.
It was brutal.
We saw you get an absolute shoeing on the inside. Oh, it looked nasty.
I'm still recovering.
There was a point where you were walking up the beach, and I thought you just looked absolutely broken. Like, I think I'm coming in. I honestly thought something had happened. You look mentally broken.
Oh, wow.
Bush loop. Wow.
Nice job.
Okay, you've been out there, Sarah.
Yeah.
And good job. I mean, it was difficult.
Yeah.
100%. Give us some like insides into what it's actually like out there, because obviously watching on the drone, it probably looks way easier.
I'm watching now, and this looks amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a very bumpy ride out there. But I can see now that the guys are riding way further upwind than we were. We were sailing a bit in between the two sandbanks, I think.
Yeah.
So maybe for jumps it would have been better upwind. But again, yeah, you could have jumped starboard tack or port tack. I chose to go for port tack. I was on my 5.3, pretty powered, but like slow on the water.
Yeah.
So I think I did an okay forward, but I like completely. I was a bit out of sorts, you know, like the boom was much longer. I was slow. It was, just difficult. And then when I tried to wave ride on the inside, that's when the shore dump basically took me. You either ride all the way on the second bank or you have to come inside. And I felt like the judges can see you better when you're closer.
Yeah.
So that's the choice I made.
It's interesting. These guys are definitely riding the outside bank, which I was expecting them maybe to come to the inside, but going off my previous Sylt history, you need to stay out the back, get your jumps in, have a couple of wiggly rides. I saw actually Leon just to put a really nice ride together.
Yeah.
What you can do on the outside, going clue first, you know, making it count. I've seen Antoine Albo do that years ago with Josh Angula and these guys. And then towards the end of the heat, you move to the shore break and basically get a beating. And if you're lucky, maybe you get a turn.
That's how you end the heat, I think so.
If you go too early to the shore break, it's can be a disaster.
But you know what I had in mind? That's a nice wave.
But these guys aren't. Oh, that's Sugi. Actually, Sugi's in the heat. But who's on that duotone? They're not. Oh, yeah, it's Bosson. It's Bosson, sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, Bosson. I mean, Leon has had a very clean heat. You know, by all accounts, when you look at his heat, actually, Henry Kohlberg as well. In fact, Sugi as well. When I look at the sheets, we maybe not seen it all on camera, but Leon is just smashing out push loop after push loop right now. We've seen push loop from Sugi, back loop 638, which I'm guessing is a 1-footer. Henry Kohlberg 525 on a forward, must have been a stalled one, and then a 562 on a back loop. Boss on yet to find that second jump score, but so far the best ride we've seen, Leon Jammer, 100%. I mean, the view from the drone is a lot better than the beach, isn't it?
I got a bit distracted. I tend to want to wave to the drone when I'm sailing, but then in the middle of my heat, it's like, stay focused, SQ. But yeah, the view is really amazing from there. Yeah.
So, Bosson. Looks like he's on the new duotone, brown.
Kind of like this color. I haven't figured out yet if it's like brownish or like goldish.
Yeah.
I guess it should be gold, but looks kind of chic.
Yeah, it does. It's a bit different.
Mm-hmm.
Tell you what, Leon's been, like I said, using this clue first ride into kind of good effect. Maybe not so much on this wave, but just keeping the dream alive, so to speak. I mean, he's got a lot of experience here in Sylt. He's done a lot of German championships here. He's probably won quite a few as well. And he knows how to do it. He's really been. I guess this is still the same wave, is it? Does this count as the same wave, or is he? No. He's well in between now. I don't know how the judges score it. If he goes to the inside now and then hits a bowl, does it count?
Huh?
No. He's well and truly.
You know what I thought about when I was sailing as well, because I think the tide was still going down in my heat. So eventually I said, you know what, I just got to go on the inside because it's going to get flatter and flatter. But it seemed like the shore break was just getting bigger because again, the sandbank changes. So it went so low that all of a sudden it was back into deeper water.
It's horrible. But that's the worst conditions.
It was the worst.
I have had a heat exactly like that. You think, oh, it's not so big on the inside.
Yeah.
But it kind of sucks back on itself.
Oh, my goodness.
It's like pipeline. But it kind of even worse. It's because it's not predictable.
Yeah.
It's so nasty. It's so hard to give it the full, explain to people. It's because it's almost unrideable.
Unrideable and
unhittable, because you hit it and your board just disappears.
Yeah, it gets sucked out.
So you're just like, well, what the hell? Even Thomas Traversa, who, like I keep saying, but he is the master of this place. Was struggling, on the inside. He really did get it together. There's a big heat going on here from the young guns. Takuma Sugi, again, not seen much of him on the stream on the GA, and Henry Kohlberg on this orange Nash, same as Ricardo Campello, having a very close heat here, just 0.5 separating them. Nice. Henry Kohlberg has won here, I think, this year in Sylt. I think he might have even won the German championship. I seem to remember seeing that somewhere.
Oh, he's one of the up-and-coming riders from Germany.
Yeah.
So. Very motivated also, very focused. It's cool.
Yeah, there's some pretty decent scores coming in. Jam has moved to the inside. 6 minutes 50 to go. I mean, this is probably how you sail a heat. Oh, stalled. Oh, bit of a flatty.
Oh, I felt that.
Yeah, that was a way to wake up in the morning. How was it in early morning times? I know you're not really a morning person.
I am a morning person. That's the thing. No,
it didn't look like it this morning.
Yeah, I don't know what happens to me in Europe, but with this jet lag I have from the Caribbean, I can't wake up in the morning. But no, I was happy to get out there, just not the first 20 minutes of being here when the sun wasn't even up yet. I was like, oh, are we really getting out? But once I put on my wetsuit, I was like, good to go, Yeah. We were done before 8.
Yeah.
I didn't even have breakfast.
Yeah.
Sick to start off your day like that.
That's quite nice. You're done.
Yeah,
pretty
I'm
much.
done.
You're just like, okay, thank you very much.
Great way to get going. No, but it's beautiful also with the sunrise and everything. I wouldn't do that in normal circumstances. So, and it's unexpected. I didn't see it coming. It was actually windy enough today.
Yeah. Yeah, it's maybe windier than a few people thought.
Yeah,
because it definitely came through in the night. It was howling in the night.
Yeah, I heard it also in the night. Yeah.
So at the moment, Sugi is leading ahead of Henry Kohlberg.
Oh, by 0.1.
Not much in it. Not much in it at all. It is so close. And it's going to be interesting, the tactics towards the end of this heat. Does he go to the shore break? Does Henry Kohlberg go to the shore break? If someone can find a hit on the shore break, it will be a big scorer. We haven't seen any real big frontside hits so far today, but there's a reason we haven't seen any, because it's blimmin' hard.
It's risky.
Yeah, very risky, very hard. As I say, that jammer on the inside gets absolutely smashed. And that's what we're dealing with. There's Sugi. I'm struggling to pick out that GA sail. It's quite dark, the new one, by the looks of it. On the camera anyway. It looks kind of like the duotone freestyle sail.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I saw it on the beach. I like the color scheme also. The green is, it's cool. But the monofilm is a bit, yeah,
it doesn't stand out on the camera.
That's true.
It's very easy to lose it. But yeah, 4 minutes 30 to go. Looks like most of the guys have come to the inside. They've got their jumps in. Bosson actually still lacking that second jump, but here we go, Sugi. This could be the difference if he can find something. He's gone to choose to ride starboard tack. Backside, I mean...
How does that score?
I would say not great. Oh, wow. Sugi has obviously hit an inside section, because I just seen a 6.75. I missed that before.
Wow.
So that's an inside hit.
Has to be, yeah.
Or something special, but 6.75. Did we see that on the stream? I definitely missed it. But that is a difference maker, and that is difficult now for Henry Kohlberg. I wonder which way he did that wave ride. He's a good sailor, Takuma Sugi. A lot of the actually up and coming Japanese riders are, but this guy, he does it all, doesn't he?
So technical, yeah. I can't wait to well, I feel like in a few years he's going to be one of those guys that has to be beaten, you know? He's going to be at the top.
Yeah. He's pushing hard. He's got good doubles on him. Seen him going for push forwards. You know, he's riding onshore. He does good on starboard tack.
Yeah.
You know, he's not just a port tack sailor.
The experience he's accumulating now, I think he's only 20, 19, 20.
Ridiculous.
He's already done many competitions in different disciplines, and yeah.
Yeah, competed all the way through the youth stuff as well.
Everything.
Yeah, I think he's won in Who Keeper from when I watched some stuff there.
Really?
Yeah, like in the youth level, but you know, it's not at that level with the top guys that you're going against.
Super high level.
So hard. So he showed he's got what it takes on starboard tack and port tack, and I think with the way the tour's going, and we're seeing it going more sort of worldwide with different conditions, and it's definitely going to help someone who's an all-round sailor. You know, back in the past, maybe you could get away if you were just being a port tack sailor. These days, you've got to be delivering on both tacks in down the line and in onshore conditions. But yes, 6.75. That's the biggest wave score we've seen today. So I didn't see that.
Oh.
It was probably something like that, and then straight into a hit. Oh, there we go. He's just playing with it.
That's pretty innovative.
Yeah, we like that. I mean, using a bit of freestyle. No need for sail numbers anymore? Question mark. I can't see who's who.
Yeah, it's
Got
true.
to be. Santos says, congratulations, Sarakita.
Thank you.
Would a slalom fin in your waveboard be a good tactic in these conditions? Yeah.
You put out a video about that, didn't you?
Say, we'll have to have a word with Wojciech. Maybe. You know, in these conditions, maybe. Who knows?
I don't know.
Sarah, you have nice hair. Your hair was looking particularly wild at the end there, just so you know.
It accumulated all the sand of the beach in there. I'm going to feel it tonight in the... Yeah, look. It's like snowing. Oh.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a beast to sort out, isn't it? Clarec isn't there. I have a story about Baptiste Clarec, which I will come on to in a minute, and it's not... It's a bit of a sad story, to be fair, of why he's not here.
"40 seconds to go."
Yeah, 40 seconds to go, but it's looking like it's one-way traffic right now. It's going to be Leon Jammer and Takuma Sugi, surely. They're the ones that have thrown down the biggest wave rides. Sugi on the inside.
It's kind of a showman, huh?
Yeah, he loves it, doesn't he? He's always happy.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Ever seen him unhappy?
No.
I don't think I have. Even when he face planted the reef in Fiji, he was like, yeah, cloud break tattoo. And you're thinking, if that can't break someone, you know, what have you got to do? I mean, that is like the classic.
Yeah.
You know, everyone says about Kai Lenny being always happy, but I think Takuma Sugi's up there. Like,
definitely.
There we go. Boss on. Probably not his best heat ever in Sylt. But yeah, Leon Jammer will go through, and a really good, solid performance from Jammer. But keep your eye on Sugi looking at those scores. I really wish we'd have seen that 6.75. That was... be interested to see what that was. I'm sure it's some sort of big hit on the inside.
Yeah. Highest heat score so far.
Yeah, 21.63 from Sugi. So yeah, so the story with Baptiste Clarec, have you heard the story?
Yes, but not to be able to retell it again. So I need to hear.
Okay, so this is Chinese whispers to a bit, but I did hear it from one of the horses' mouths that was involved in it, and it's not nice, and it might come as a bit of a shock, but basically he has a broken leg.
Yeah.
From Peru, which at this point you're thinking, well, yeah, wave riding, you know, stuff happens. He didn't do it wave riding. He didn't do it jumping. He did it at the prize giving, as far as I know.
Yeah, I actually don't know what happened, but basically tripped or something?
No, that's what's the worst thing about it. So, again, loose story. It's no one's fault. Let's just get it out there. But maybe it is a little bit. Because you know how things get out of hand. You know, people are getting thrown in pools.
Yeah.
Everyone's celebrating. He's there chilling, I heard, on the sidelines, and they decided to throw him in the pool. He didn't go quietly. He put up a bit of a fuss. They slip.
No.
He lands on his leg.
No
breaks
way.
his leg.
No way.
No mention any names, but you know that it's unlucky. But you just think, oh, that's just not the way you want to go out, is it? That is unfortunately, you know, the loose terms of what happened to Baptiste Clarec, which is just unlucky, you know. But what's the moral of the story? Oh, I don't know. There's a few morals. There's a few to be learned from that. Sometimes, and I've been there, if you're going to get chucked in the pool, sometimes you better just to jump in first.
Just
I
go
can tell
with it.
from experience, pools get edges of pools, drunk people,
It's dangerous,
it can go so wrong. So just jump in. If you want my advice, take your phone, take your wallet out, and just jump in the pool. Get it over and done with. Don't put up a fight. It's never going to end well. Back loop, starting off. Looks like a big heat, this one.
Guys
We've
are
got
sending
Mark
it.
Paré going against Spangenberg, and Dieter van der Eycken going against Julian Salmon.
Julian just posted a really nice back loop already.
Wow, that is a tricky heat in the first round. Salmon versus van der Eycken. You know, Paré on the other side, you would say he's obviously got the edge on Spangenberg, but you never know. There we go. Big
One-footed.
Backy from, how did the judges see that? Was that one-footed? I mean,
When you're on the beach, you see how far out they are actually.
Yeah.
So we have the best view by far. I'm surprised by Julian. His jumping is looking so solid.
yeah. Yeah. This is a big heat, this.
Dieter must be out there on his 5.2.
We've got Ice Ace saying rooting for Sugi to podium. He was so close in Pozo, and his Fiji sailing was amazing. He made even the wave look playful. Before the drones, the photos posted after the competition gave us a real idea of what happened. Now we have the complete view of what's going on because of the drones. This is really nice. Thanks, PWA. It's true, although I will say photos, JC's photos, can sometimes make the worst conditions look epic.
Yeah.
If you look at the photos at the end of the day, you're like, oh my God, why didn't they compete today? Look, you know.
It was awesome.
He is so good at making conditions, you know, look epic, capturing the moment. But yeah, it's scary.
It is beautiful here, though. Always those sunset sessions when JC takes photos of that, it's magical. The rainbow comes out sometimes. You have the...
Oh, Paul Van Bellen's online, says, moral of the story, don't play pranks on friends. I was going to say, I'm not putting it on Baptiste for not giving up and jumping in the pool. You know, they really, you know, and I know they're feeling bad, the guys that, you know, I don't think they're feeling too happy about the situation.
Yeah, it sucks.
Either.
I wonder how long, what his recovery time is.
Yeah, it is a good question. As far as I know, that injury is actually not, sounds ridiculous because you broke your leg, but it's not one of those complicated ones. It's like a 6-week job usually.
Yeah, okay.
But I don't think he was coming to Sylt anyway, from what I understood. And I'm not even sure he was going to go to Maui. So I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Again, I don't know, but who knows?
I actually don't know this because in Fiji he ripped, obviously.
Yeah.
But what about starboard tack? Isn't that actually his original tack? Because I'm assuming in Maui he'd also be
Yeah, I think port tax is his thing.
Port tax, okay.
I think port tax is his thing. He's like a Cape Town,
Sure.
winter guy.
Local.
France, port tax sort of.
Okay, so mostly port tax then.
Yeah, I think so. I'm sure he can rip it up on starboard 100%, but I think port tax is his preferred way round. So that's why he went to Peru.
I see.
In the first place. If you saw some of the warm-up stuff from that, he was looking...
He's so radical.
Yeah.
He has such a nice style.
Really tasty.
Effortless also.
Yeah, for anyone asking when it happened, it's pretty much just happened at the end of Peru. So I'm pretty sure it was a prize giving. Everyone was getting a bit loose. And yeah, a couple of the long-haired boys got involved. And
okay. Oh.
You have to work it out for yourselves. I'm going to give you some cryptic clues, but I'm sure the full story will come out. I don't want to say it because it's not, obviously, just gives you an idea of how can happen. Because I tell you what, you can learn something from it, on both sides of the story.
I'm looking at these guys thinking if I should have had different tactics.
It's interesting, isn't it? It really is. It's like, from what I know, and I've seen it, you've got to stay out on the outside bit, get your jumps in, find some sort of longer wiggles with a bit of clue first riding, and then you go to the inside. But the inside, as we saw from Sugi, is where you can do all the damage. But it's also the place which can go so wrong, and you just get smashed, and then you're thinking, oh, God. So you don't want to go in there too early, because it is a little bit of a lottery. But there's some mega bonus points to have.
Yeah.
Looking lighter, isn't it? It really has. It's meant to drop off today, the wind. That's why we had the ladies out earlier. Yeah.
Bright and early.
And you were still on a 5.3.
I was, yeah. I guess I could have. No, 5.3
you
was
want a
the
bit
right.
of power, don't you, out there in the onshore stuff. Did you think about riding clue first? Because I have to say, Leon today, I thought that clue first riding, I know everyone's not a massive fan of it, but I think in onshore, it really has got its place because I think it helps keep the flow. Forward loop.
So the thing is, the time I actually competed in these conditions, the last time was in 2019.
Okay.
And now I don't remember if the tide was higher or not, but the waves were definitely bigger.
Yeah.
And I remember that it was easier to pick out a bump and actually...
Was it onshore like this? Yeah. Exactly the same.
Both onshore, but it was windier and wavier.
Okay.
So I felt like then it was easier to actually ride a piece of swell, whereas today... Yeah. Because then I think I would have done this onshore.
It's also very deceptive, isn't it? Because you almost see a wave and you think, yep. Oh.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh. And it's the same with wave riding. You think, yep, lip. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're close to shore, it's very hard to pick out one that's actually going to break. And the one close to shore is definitely going to break. So, yeah. I think Marsilio won the event in 2019. I'm not so sure.
It's a long time ago.
But I remember that I watched him riding, and that's what I took away, his style for that day, and I tried to imitate that on the water. So sometimes you really can't apply this down the line riding or rail to rail stuff, but you just have to make it work.
You got to try and flow. Like I said, from what we saw earlier, I thought Leon definitely was the man who made it flow. I'm just looking at the scores coming in. Salmon looking pretty good in this heat. It looks like it's pretty light, but he's got 5.88. I'm guessing it's a one-footed back loop or back loop, 4-point forward, and then a 5.62 on his last wave.
What?
Yeah, so what was he doing there? Maybe a backside 360, something. Feels like there was an extra bit of juice on this. Spanberg,
look at this.
That's a good wave, isn't it? Not easy to control, but a decent wave.
Yeah, I think Julian just recently put out a new video on YouTube. It tells a bit about his story and how he ended up in Tenerife and what his goals are. And I think he said that he just wants to be one of the most stylish wave riders out there.
I heard him say that.
It
was like, but ever, or something like that.
I guess so. That's what he wants. Because I'm sure he would want a world title, but that's not his main goal, it sounded like.
Oh, clean forward there from Marc Paré.
Wow, floaty.
Paré's board tail is huge, it says.
It's a fishtail, isn't it? Or square, I don't know how to call it. Squash tail.
Yeah, it's probably...
Ben, I think you need to explain me some things here. Maybe some guys have some questions here as well, but I see that Mark is actually sailing on a thruster now. I've seen Victor Fernandez go out on a thruster.
Yeah.
And I thought I had it all figured out, but I'm confused now.
Go on, then.
Aren't the thrusters... Aren't you going to have, bigger turns and kind of more drive on a thruster, whereas with a quad you can do smaller turns, like tighter turns.
Yeah, but
and why would they choose a thruster in these conditions? Like, I feel like the thrusters may be slower.
Maybe, but you need a bit more drive just in general.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Just because, you know, quad fins are all going to be shorter than that tri-fin setup he's got. Again, I don't know what tri-fin setup he's got, but you can almost rig it a bit bigger.
Yeah.
You know, you can almost have that single fin feel, but with that extra bit of hole with the sides in as well.
Yeah.
So I think for Sylt, you want something to press off. There's so much water moving around. You don't want your board getting twitchy at all, and there's so much aerated water, there's so much current. I think you want something to press off, like when you're jumping in onshore as well.
Yeah.
Sometimes that little bit of extra length on the fin, you've got a bit more to push off. But yeah, I mean, it is definitely, everyone's got different ideas of that, but I think in really hard Sylt conditions like this, sometimes a little bit of extra fin is not a bad thing.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's the hardest bit though, isn't it? You know, it just drifts off underneath. There's not much punch in the wave. There's not much wind to sort of pull you back in and kind of cheat almost.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what we saw like Leon do with that clue first riding, because then you've already got power in the right bit of the sail.
True.
But the wind is definitely dropping. I think that's worrying for how far we're going to get through this competition.
Yeah.
They look like they're okay at the moment, but there is definitely a drop in the wind.
Yeah, it looked quite promising. I was hoping they'd just power through.
Yeah. Well, it's still going.
So would you be on a thruster here as well? Because you ride quads
I
usually.
like quads. I've always have liked quads, but this is not my. You're not typically doing anything that you would normally do right now. You know,
So you're a competitor. You're competing.
You know what? I think you could ride pretty much anything in this.
Okay.
One thing you do need is a bit of width on your board.
Yeah.
'Cause you just need to keep some speed. And it also depends if you're riding the shore break. You know, if you're riding out there, you're not doing any sort of critical turn, so to speak. You just got to keep speed and keep flow. So then it is a whole different ball game to riding the inside shore break.
Oh, someone made it.
Yeah,
Oh,
but see, as soon as you get aggressive, the nose goes down. I mean,
too late.
don't usually see him do that, do you? Like, you don't usually see Marc Perret kind of looking a little bit like, what am I going to do? You know, he's got his biggest wave score at the moment is a 2.62.
Oh,
Brandenburg. Then you look at, you know, again, Sylt can break the most, I don't know, professional windsurfers in the world. It really can, because it humbles you to a point where you just think,
that's right.
can I windsurf anymore? No, this is hard. This is, and it probably doesn't look as hard on the stream as it is, because I've done it a lot of times. You commentate and then you go out there and you're like, okay, it looked hard, but it is even harder than it looks. It's like we can see a few of the bumps on the drone, but what you can't see is underneath the water, there's this whole sort of other world going on. and it really does like affect the way your board works. You know, you see with Marc Perret there nose diving on not even a big wave. It just, the back of the board gets picked up and then you just get forced through the shore break. So it really is a kind of humbling, like I say, humbling experience. I mean, have they cancelled? No, they haven't cancelled the hit.
I don't think they will cancel because they have like enough scores. It seems like.
That's what I was wondering. Was that why Mark looked upset? Because I'm looking at the gun sale that's already in, but maybe that was just someone from the heat before.
I mean, after all that work, I wouldn't want
Look at
to
that.
have this
Look at
cancel.
the way the board's getting. You know, it's just there's just not a clean wave there. You've really got to. That's impressive. I mean, it might not look that impressive, but just to even do that is insane. So much disturbed water. Forward loop on the inside. 2 minutes to go. Obviously, let's have a look at the scores. It's not really been easy to follow this heat, I would say, because so much, people are everywhere. But 17.88 for Julian Salmon, 11.12 for Dieter van der Eycken. And on the other side of the draw, Paré leading. Yeah, heat is still on. From heat 6 onwards, the heat duration will be reduced to 12 minutes.
What?
The best 2 jumps will still count, but now only the best wave will count. I think that makes sense. 1 wave, I think, is enough. Because you can get the jumps out there pretty quickly. The problem is what jumps you're going to get. Oh,
that's
nice. Nice shove it on the inside.
That was pretty cool. He could come back in. Not sure.
Let's have a look at these comments. It says Le Dozon is his home spot, Port Tac, but there are plenty of starboard tack spots in West Brittany. Like I said, he's mainly Port Tac sailor, but he's obviously good on starboard tack. Talking about Baptiste. So nice to watch these poetic athletes in the northern waters, having fun in such beautiful settings. Yeah, well, yeah. But what happened to Baptiste? And Baptiste is a highly technical, agile rider, perfectly both and starboard, yeah, 100%. It's unfair, this is 5-star event, and Pakis Mayo is a 4-star event.
Oh, nice shaka by Julian on the wave.
Yeah, I think that's what I think he did in that first place. But as we go towards the end of this heat, Mark Paré has stepped up his score, 17.76, and he will go through to the next round. And also Julian Salmon, 17.88. I didn't see much of Dieter van der Eycken in that. No. We didn't see much of it all, but that puts up an interesting matchup next. Paré versus Salmon.
That's heavy.
It's going to be some really tricky ones.
Julian posting the highest heat score though of all 4 riders.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Paul Van Bellen says, apparently in Peru, prize giving, some people thought it'd be funny to throw him in the pool, and he resisted, and they stumbled and broke his leg. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Again, it was an accident, but at the same time, you know, you sit on both sides of that fence, you're saying, well, leave the poor bloke alone. He wasn't doing anything. And on the other side, you know, you could
when you're in that mood.
Yeah, sometimes you just get some things just get out of hand. It can happen. Accidents do happen. Again, no good ways to say that, but it's a good lessons again to be learned. I've seen it happen so many times in the past though. When everyone starts getting chucked in the pool. This was the start of the heat. I mean, it was.
Looked good.
Yeah, sun shining, onshore bits. This was a pretty decent stall forward. Pretty solid landing. Bang.
Wow. I was just asking one of the riders on the beach, would you rather not run in these conditions or actually run? But that will depend on each rider and their ranking and their situation.
Yeah, I think I was asking this question yesterday because it's a 5-star event. It counts exactly the same as Fiji. It counts exactly the same as Pozo.
Yeah.
It will count the same as Maui. But for me, if you look at it as a one-off event, the organizer has paid all this money.
Yeah.
He's paying the riders, there's prize money, there's everything. The whole idea is we come here to compete and show who is the best in these conditions.
That's the thing, yeah.
And that's the goal. You've just got to be better than the other guy in these conditions. So as long as you can tell the difference, which if I look today, Leon Jammer was kind of a standout. Paré looked good. Julian looked good. You know, Sugi look good. Yeah. There are standout riders and they are proving they are better than the other guys. Whether you like these conditions, whether you don't, they are proving they are better in these conditions. And this is a challenge. It's a totally different challenge to Fiji. It's a totally different challenge to Maui. But it's still a challenge. Yeah. You know, yesterday with the girls, some people were saying, oh, it's a bit light, we shouldn't be doing it. I was like, this is epic.
It was fun, yeah.
You know, look, you know, is it as good as something else? Maybe not. But for me, they look fun conditions, and we saw different riders pushing up. It obviously squashes the fleet together, you know, which is hard. We're going to see some upsets. But in competition, we don't want to see, no disrespect, the same people dominating. you know, we like to see, you know, it's good. I think it's good for you. It's good for everyone in the long run. No, but you want to see people lose, so then they want to see them come back.
That's the thing. It's bad for them because I'm too fired up now.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's what I mean. And that's the good thing about competition. When someone dominates for too long, there's a point where it becomes, it's too easy for them. So we like to see that. Well, I do as a fan of whatever sport I'm watching. As soon as someone dominates for too long, you're then rooting for them to get taken down.
Yeah,
even if you love them, you're still going, come on.
You want someone. You want to see if it's possible.
And as soon as they lose, you're like, okay, now come on, come
back again.
Get back on it. Yeah. So I think it's quite interesting. Actually, Dida messaged me yesterday when I put up a post about upsets, huge upsets. He goes, "You love it, don't you?"
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah,
it's part
of
the game.
I do love it.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it. And it's great to see someone, you know, new on top and the emotions that causes. And, you know, you're going to be obviously sad, but you know now you want to come back.
Yeah.
And who knows? We might get a double elimination. You know, the way it's going.
It could happen, yeah. No, I think you were one of the... I mean, I've been competing for a long time, but I feel like this last summer in Pose, you also said this to me, like it's who's the best rider in these conditions. Like you have certain standards for yourself and you want to perform in a certain way in certain conditions, but it's just not that way on that day. You just have to perform in those conditions.
Yeah. Look what you've got. That's the whole idea. You got to beat that. You got to be better than your opponent in that moment in those conditions.
Exactly.
That's your job.
I agree with that. And that's what I also felt like yesterday. I don't think it was bad at all. I think it was just something different, and we saw different results.
Yeah, and again, people got, you know, they got time to shine.
Yeah.
In what, you know, Maria Behrens, for example, you could tell she goes, that's my conditions.
Yeah, she's
not
so
jumping,
great.
you know, riding, that's what I like, you know, not maybe loads of wind.
Yeah.
You know, some people like that. I personally like that. So I can totally see it. Okay, so who have we got in this heat? We got a French battle going on here, haven't we? Crikey. This is like the French crew right now.
Oh, wow.
We've got Antoine Martin going against Gran Guillaume, and we've got Nuro going against Arthur Arukin. Obviously, Nuro from Hawaii, but he's got a French-Canadian background.
French. Oh, French-Canadian.
Is it French-Canadian?
Oh,
no, French background.
Yeah, I thought French.
I don't know where I got French-Canadian from.
I think his parents are French.
I just made that up totally.
You're sitting in here by yourself too long.
Yeah, I do. I start making up stories. Oh, yeah, it's French-Canadian. Did you not know? Oh.
It's good that you have someone here to fact-check you.
Yeah, that's the problem when I'm on my own. No one to correct me. Usually Rich Page is straight on the WhatsApp.
Yeah, get it right.
Yeah, exactly.
So these guys are still planing.
It looks like it's still okay. I thought for a minute, I was a bit worried. It looked like it was dropping.
I think Morgan should be on a 5-3 as well.
Yeah.
This has been one of the guys that's been on the water the most this week.
He's really keen at the moment.
Keen.
I saw him stay on at Peru at the end, and I watched his video. He looked like he improved his port attack, started landing goiters, started landing all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, I was talking about this yesterday. I have so much respect for this guy because he's been putting himself out there in all sorts of conditions. Like, you'd expect him to... Or like, you know, he's from Hawaii, he's really, really good at Hokipa, but he chooses to fly halfway around the world to improve himself in port attack conditions in exactly the opposite, in Gran Canaria, for example.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because it's like the guys who live in Pozo or whatever not going to Hawaii.
Yeah.
The guys in Hawaii not coming to Europe. And the guys that, you know, push themselves out that comfort zone. And don't get me wrong, it's not cheap. So sometimes money can be a thing. But I have a lot of respect for the ones who really, you know, they are like, Morgan's a classic example. He's won the Aloha Classic, I think, back to back.
3 times,
yeah,
maybe
which
even.
is crazy.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anyone in history who's won it back to back. Maybe Josh Angulo back in the day, but it was kind of like a big thing. So he's at the top. Everyone's looking at him, and then he has to come to Pozo and be humble totally. But he has been putting in the work.
Yep.
And that only as a good thing. You know, Brasinho is the same. He had to come to Pozo for years and years and years.
Really? Was there any...
And now he's one of the best. Well, you think about it. Since the early days, he's been coming to the Canaries.
I don't remember. Was there ever a time where he was not good at Pozo?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, for sure. He's had to put a lot of work in Pozo.
Wow. He looks
I mean,
like
it feels like a long time now because he's been I've known him since his early teens when he started doing the tour. But yeah, he is a starboard tack sailor by trade. You know, but now you look at his port tack, it's very difficult to say he's a starboard tack sailor.
You can't tell the
difference. Because his port tack is just insane. You know, and that's the ultimate goal. You know, if you want to be a world champion with an all-round tour, the one who wins the all-round tour will get the most respect. You know, people have won tours before sailing a certain set of conditions, but the one who really gets the ultimate respect, I think, who won it when Cowley? Was it Cowley who won it when they had 7 stops that one year with
Brazil?
Brazil and all that. I can't remember. I think it might have been Cowley. But they're the ones you really remember, the ones that win the big ones.
Looks a bit more wavy now.
Yeah.
Is the tide already pushing?
I think it's yes.
I think it was,
that's totally a guess, but I think it's already turned.
Yeah, it was low tide at about 8, I guess.
Yeah, you were there.
I was there.
That was the moment. That whole water on the inside was going weird ways. So at the moment, Antoine Martin leader ahead of Grand Guillaume, and on the other side of the draw, pretty low scores at the moment. Nero and Arukin in the low single digits, and we've actually, obviously the heat's gone down now. We've only got 8:45, so this is going to go very quickly. 1 wave to count, 2 jumps.
Is it already 12 minutes now?
That is a good question.
Oh.
It's already on 8 minutes, so it must be.
Yeah.
That's gone super fast. Unless it's me.
Hey, Pons commenting. Surprised he's not here.
Oh, Joseph Pons. Yeah. Oh, no, you may be right. Maybe it is still 2. Okay. From 6 onwards, the duration will be 12 minutes. Yeah, this is heat 5, so maybe that clock just went fast.
Having a good chat here, huh? Time's flying when you're having fun.
Living the dream. Living the dream.
Oh, Alexandre.
Oh, he's been around a bit, hasn't he? He's been getting around. Did he go to Fiji?
Yeah, he was in Fiji as well. Yeah, he's been doing a tour for a bit now. It's true.
You got to tick him off. You didn't fancy Peru?
Me? No, just personally at that time I've been traveling for like 4 months non-stop, and that's just when I know I need a break. So even though it's dreamy conditions and everything, and it's close to Aruba, but I had not been home for 4 months, so then I need to ground myself, sleep in my own bed, have a closet for a week.
See your new house.
See my new house. Hang with the doggos.
Have you got dogs?
Oh yeah.
I didn't realise.
3.
3?
2 Labradors and 1 street dog, we say.
Yeah.
Kind of. Yeah. Great, everyone knows now.
Yeah. Well,
but you know, when you miss your dogs when you're traveling, no? Like
not my one. He's just got escaped and killed a cat. I'm in all sorts of trouble. So I've got to go home and face that as we're in the heat here. 6 minutes 45 to go. Neubauer's just put down a 5.62.
Neubauer?
Neubauer, what am I about? Nero. God, I can't even. I've started losing it.
We need to get coffee for Ben.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
And for SQ, if anyone hates
I was about to say, you sure that's not like a thing?
Secretly just for me.
Oh, I need to get you a coffee. And myself. They are so far out. Look at look at where they are, where the beach is. I wonder if anyone in these conditions comes to Sylt for this. You know, because this is, you know, outside, back, wave riding on your own.
I think it's fun. If you're not forced to do a heat, like 18 minutes, I think you get some jumps in.
Look at that. He switched his feet mid wave ride there.
Switch it back.
Kind of interesting. Yeah, at the moment, Nero is leading ahead of Arukin. So it is still 2 jumps, 2 waves to count.
It's interesting because here Antoine, oh no, he's not competing, is he? Oh, he is.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. Oh, it's the first time we're actually seeing him. So he's actually riding the Hyper, and that's what we were talking about just now. He's on a quad board.
Okay.
And yeah, I just think it's so interesting to see that everyone has their own philosophies.
Yeah. I still like quads. I mean, Would I use a tri-fin out there? I probably wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
Just because not because that's a better choice, but maybe because I'm not pushing so hard. I'm not trying to win a world title. I just kind of stick to what I know. But I can imagine, you know, a bigger single fin or bigger tri-fin style board in these conditions is probably a benefit.
You think you ride more back-footed if you're on the thruster and more front on the quad?
It depends on the board, but yeah, you have to. I mean, with these, like I say, these type of conditions, it's interesting. He's on a hyper, is he? Is that the one with the really small tail?
Yeah, so I use this in Fiji, for example. This would be my down-the-line board, but he makes it work everywhere.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I think he goes one size bigger than he should on this board.
I could just imagine a bit of width just for those fat sections on the outside where you're trying to keep it going. You know, I get everyone's got their own styles. I guess we'll soon find out. You know, you look at Thomas Traversa, he just uses the smaller guys. I feel can get away with less kit. I don't know why that is. Well, I can kind of figure it out. It's not rocket science, but I think the bigger you are, the more kit you need and the more specialist kit you need. The lighter you are, I feel you can get away with way more.
Yeah.
You know, you see Traversa turn up to a spot with one board and 3 sails.
Yeah.
And he can pretty much
do whatever.
He's obviously super talented, but I think if you're a big guy, that ain't happening.
I mean, then you get Philip, because he's not competing now, but like every single time he's out in tricky conditions, he manages to just completely surprise me.
Yeah.
And he's not one of the lighter guys, so.
No, 100%. The thing is with Philip, though, I think he can handle really tricky conditions, and he does plane early for his size, but he still needs wind. I feel like as soon as you give him wind, he's the master. Like, as soon as he's got enough power, he's a master. When he's super underpowered, it's difficult. I mean, he's a big lad, isn't he?
Yeah. Hey, wow, they're posting quite a high heat score.
Yeah.
Between Morgan and
Morgan is absolutely... He's finding the waves, I'm guessing. He's got a 5.62 and a 6.75. We haven't seen much of him on the stream, but he is really finding what the judges are liking. And that can be the difference. I mean, he is one of the best wave riders in the world anyway, but he's obviously found the formula here. He's had 2 wave scores, and they've both been, from what we've seen today, excellent range. You know, not by WSL standards like a 5.6, but a 5.6 today is one of the higher heat scores, you know, wave scores. And then he's got a 6.75, which I think might be the highest, well, in the range of the highest wave score we've seen today, matching sort of Sugi. And then you look at the other scores, Arukin's actually not having a bad heat.
No, not at all.
But he's against Morgan Nero, who's smashing it. Sometimes difficult that, you know, you look at the result, you go, oh, you got knocked out in the first round.
Yeah.
Doesn't always tell the full story.
Not at all.
Like his sponsors, if they don't watch this, won't know. They'll just go, well, you lost.
That's pretty harsh. See, I get tempted to just wave at the drone as well.
Little does he know, he is losing right now.
Oh my gosh.
Because Grand Guillaume has just put a 3-point wave in, and actually that has put him in the lead ahead of Antoine Martin.
You know what the thing is? Normally when you're competing, people can tell you on the beach whether you need waves or jumps, and you're so far out now that you actually have no clue.
He is in trouble here. 1 minute 14 to go. Antoine Martin needs to find not a lot, a 3-point wave or something like that.
Oh.
He drops off the back of that. That's not a 3-point wave.
No.
1 minute to go. Keep on this guy with the black sail, please, Mr. Drone, because he will have to do something if he's going to qualify through this heat. 45 seconds to go. He might be all happy and waving to the camera, but he won't be super happy when he finds out
that he's trailing.
Yes. What can he do? What can he do? He's got to beat a 4-point jump would help. Forward loop, plane in. Is a planing forward worth 4 points?
Not in the men's, no, I don't think so.
It's a spin loop, isn't it? You know, it
just depends if it's higher than his first forward. Oh.
You know what? If he gets 0.5, it would be enough. It would just need to be high threes, that planing forward. With 8 seconds to go, that will have to be it. If it's not it, he will be going out and Grand Guillaume will go through. So it's going to come down to that forward loop. What do you think in the comments? Was a planing forward loop high threes 4 points? What do you think?
I'm speechless. I actually didn't see this coming. We were laughing at him waving at the cam, and now it's super tight.
Is that enough? You know, in the men's fleet, sometimes not, but it was perfectly planing.
It was a perfect forward. Yeah.
It's in that territory. You've got to think this could be a heartbreaker for Grand Guillaume when he watches this back, or maybe not. We're waiting for that score to drop in. On the other side of the draw, no doubt about it, Morgan Nareau smashed it. Highest heat score of the day, 22.61 points.
I'm not surprised. He's been on the water every single moment it was windy this week.
Yeah.
So he's familiar with the...
Did they see it? Was it in the competition area?
Yeah, it's not even being...
It's a planing forward. It happened so quick. It was near the end of the heat. There would have been no wave because it was off a lump. It's very easy to miss it.
Hasn't been added to the score sheet yet.
No. Was it enough anyway? Wow. Well, a little bit of drama towards the end of that heat, realistically.
Speechless.
Wow. I mean, this is it. Is this it?
Yeah, this is it. It is on camera, so.
It was off chop. I mean, it literally was off chop. And it's a spin loop. It's planing.
It's perfect.
But is that enough? Like, in the jumping carry, it's not usually scoring that big, the planing forward.
No.
But it's in that. He doesn't need big.
Yeah, the thing is I didn't see the first forward, so I don't know if that was maybe a spin loop or if it was like a stalled one, you know?
Yeah, because the first one could have been a planing forward too.
That's why, if it was a stalled one, then I know that this one is not going to score as much, but if it was a planing one in the beginning.
Well, drama. At the moment, Grand Guillaume through, Morgan Nareau through. We'll have to come back to that because I'm sure his friends at home will be sending him the video, so I'm guessing it will be reviewed. And the easiest way to review it is what was the first one. Yeah. If it was a planing perfect planing forward, then that will not be enough. That will be exactly the same.
Yeah.
If it was a... Well, this will be a good indication.
Yeah, exactly.
What did that score?
That's a Chapuis, maybe, Miguel?
Yeah, maybe that was even a little bit better, but it's on the same. Let's say the same. Yeah, so next up we've got shorter heats now, 14-minute heats. And we have got Dinel against Chapuis and Fernandez against Friedel. Do you think it was enough? Is the planing forward enough? Let us know in the comments. It's not enough for Antoine Martin. Not height at all, says Thomas. Oh, well, I was going to say table forward, but it wasn't quite the table.
Is that Victor?
For. We got Henning saying onshore conditions all about acceleration and speed, so all between volume, single fins and thruster boards would be my choice. Well, we didn't see that drop in the end. Well, there you go. Interestingly, guess what that forward scored for Chapuis? 4.25.
So it wouldn't have helped. If it would have... No.
Would have been enough.
Oh.
If Antoine Martin would have had a 4.25 for that, it would be enough.
Yeah, because his other four is a 3.5.
We'll watch this space. If you're a Grand Guillaume fan, I'd be a bit worried.
This might not be over.
Yeah. If you're an Antoine Martin fan, well, you'll be on the phone right now.
I mean, it was on camera, but
it could have been way off out of the judges' area. Again, with the drone, it's deceptive because obviously it looks super close.
The drone gets so close.
Oh, we nearly lost a drone then.
Oh, textbook.
Bam, bam, bam.
Tried a couple of back loops today, but it's a whole different ball game in these conditions. definitely need more speed. You don't get the height that you're expecting to get.
No, totally. We got Ruben saying we have similar conditions at our one beach in Durban.
Durban.
Single fin, fast rocker would be the best choice for these conditions. Get Wojciech on the case, put your slalom fin in, and you just go blasting. It would work. I mean, Victor Fernandez, you got to watch out for him. He looked really good yesterday in the warm-up, and he's also looking
good
very
now.
good early doors here. 488 forward, 612 back loop, and now we're going to see him do some magic on the waves, because he is one of the best at making bad waves look good.
He is so solid.
Yeah, if you see him out there ripping on his own, don't be fooled. Sometimes you have to go, is it good, or is Victor just making this look good? Because he is just the master at just, I don't know, he just makes it look flowing. And
Definitely need to ask yourself that question, yeah, when you watch him.
oh, starboard tack.
Ooh.
Backside hit. Don't disappoint. Oh, I was about to say don't disappoint me, Victor, but frontside
Nice.
turn. See, he manages to stay on. We've seen a lot of people drifting off the back in those kind of slack waves.
Wow.
And he just works it.
Flip the sail. Found a good nugget there.
Yeah, backside, frontside.
This is competition experience at its best.
Yeah. I'll tell you, that clue first wave ride, I think we're going to see that a lot today, especially in that midsection where there's not much lip to, turn you around a little bit. Gives you something to hold on to.
How long has Victor been on tour? How long has he been at the top? That's actually another question.
It's a good question. When I first did my first ever event, which was 2003, I always remember him do these he was on Simmer actually at the time. He was doing these crazy like forwards, like stalled forwards, but then like a normal forward but high, stopping it and landing planing. And for me as a new guy who'd never seen this type of forwards, I was like, wow, who's this guy? Like, never heard of Victor Fernandez.
Yeah.
And then a couple of years after that, then he started getting
results,
like the top results.
Yeah.
Actually, my second event, my first wave event in Pozo, I finished 5th, and he was equal 5th with me. And then after that, he went turbo.
Yeah.
He looked so good. And when he had that yellow simmer sail, I remember that one. He was doing planing doubles. That was 2008. So it was a bit before that he was ripping.
Originally for me, he was a freestyler because when I started the tour, he was already still competing in the freestyle.
Yeah, that's the thing. He was like, and that's the good thing with Victor, and where he's grown up is kind of starboard tack, and then he would go to the Canaries every summer and train port tack, which is why he's such a good sailor on, both.
Yeah, I heard Gran Canaria is kind of his second home, isn't it?
Yeah. I think he went every summer.
As a kid?
Yeah, as a kid. And then obviously in Almerimar, or is that where he's from?
Almeria or Almerimar?
Almeria, or one of those.
Sounds the same.
Sounds similar. I get confused with all the names. Almeria, yeah. That looks quite fun actually, that spot, his home spot, when it's on.
Yeah, I've been wanting to go.
It's difficult though, because there's never a big run of wind. It's not like you get weeks and weeks of wind. I think it's like a 3-dayer, 4-dayer kind of little forecast you get.
Victor is already on 14 points.
Yeah, he's just filling up his score sheet nice and easy. I mean, he only gets 362 for that wave, so it just goes to show the judges do want to see it get critical.
Yeah.
But it's good to get some flow.
No way!
There we go, Taka on the outside.
Taka! Move of the morning.
He just looks relaxed, doesn't he? Just
what?
Keeping it, goes clue first. Oh.
Yeah,
turns it around. And again, that's I guess I'm going to keep saying it because I have been messing around a bit with clue first. I was saying to Mark, you should start working on your clue first because you're going to Sylt, and it is a move. Like when you get these onshore conditions, it really helps just keeping your speed. As soon as you have that horrible clue first, out top turn, it don't have a speed, you're done.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing who can get through in these conditions. Who's going to be the ones that punches out? Because these are the early rounds. We're seeing, the top seeds doing what they do. Have we seen any upsets yet?
I mean, there's one already.
Just going back to look at that last heat. Nero and Grangio advance. That's what it says. So at the moment, it is Grangio who's got the nod through. I wonder if that score ever came in. Yeah, well, the forward never got posted on the score.
No, it didn't. Yeah.
So, here we are. Victor Fernandez doing his thing at the moment.
Points.
Friedel has got a bit of work to do. This will be, I'm not sure if he's ever sailed Sylt before.
I don't seem to remember. Maybe last year, but
this is like a
sure.
baptism of fire, because this is, yeah, this is an eye-opener, especially against Fernandez. It's a tough ask, that is. He's going to the inside, is he, Victor?
Jules is actually, yeah. I mean, he's leading his heat.
Yep. Not the biggest scores, which means he's open to getting picked off at the moment. You know, it's a shorter heat.
Oh, it is just one wave counting.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I thought it was the jumps.
Yeah, we're going to see some lower scores in this heat. 5 points for that wave from Victor Fernandez, I think, with attacker on it.
5 points.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the big points is on the inside. And if it's one wave, once you've got your 2 jumps in, do you risk it? Or are you doing a Victor Fernandez and doing the wiggles and keeping speed?
No, but 5 points is good, no?
It is good, but
yeah.
at the same time, we've seen 6 somethings.
Must have been a big hit on the inside.
Yeah, but if you're against Victor, you know.
Yeah.
Is Friedel even out there? I'm guessing he's not.
I haven't seen any shots of him, to be honest.
Okay, so
I'm sure he has to be there, though.
See Victor on the duotone board now.
Yeah.
Bam. He's lining up the inside here. This is when it gets tricky. Look how light it is on that inside. The difference is quite huge, I think. You were out there.
Mm.
How much lighter is it on the inside?
Light enough to get bashed by the short break, basically. I'm coming back.
So 3 minutes 20 left on the clock. Jules Denel leading on the one side of the draw. Victor Fernandez leading on the other side of the draw. Onshore, tricky conditions, but the guys who are making it look good are getting through. I don't think we've seen any massive upsets. I mean, Antoine Martin going out is an upset, but Grangio put together a good heat. Like I said, still talking about that plane in forward loop. Will it get reviewed? Will there be, or was it out inside the competition area? I don't know. Jules Denel, though, and Miguel Chapuis, as long as it stays with these type of points, anything can happen. So keep your eye. I think we need to get the 2 Neil Pride riders on the screen, because it looks like Victor Fernandez is sailing on his own anyway. So the white sail of Victor Fernandez is already through, and Jules Denel and Chapuis are having their own battle right now. I will agree with what someone said before. With no sail numbers, it is very difficult to tell the riders apart. I'm guessing this is Chapuis. Jules Denel on the darker blue sail. So at the moment, Denel leading by about 1.5 points. 2.5 points. 2.5 points. So Chapuis would need a 3-point wave. Oh, Janelle's just extended that score, actually. He's leading by 3.5 points now. So 3.5 points. Chapuis is going to need a 4, high 4s. Yeah, middle to high 4s on a wave to get back in this. Victor Fernandez looks like he's through already with 1 minute 20 to go. Can Chapuis find something? inside wave. He's got to go for broke with a minute to go. I don't think he's going to up his jump scores, so he needs to get to the inside, needs to find something to hit, something that will make the difference. And don't get me wrong, this guy can do it. Minute to go. Chapuis trailing, Jules Denel, nothing to lose now. Needs to find something to tag on the inside, some big bowly looking thing, some critical action. That is what would give him the score. Here we go. He's looking like he's trying to find it. He's still quite a way out. I've just realised he's not even in the shore. Ah, he's not going to get it surely from out there. Oh no. 25 seconds to go. This is his offering. And it's not going to be enough, is it? He's got to be inside, really. Jules Denel will go through to the next round. 5 seconds to go. Miguel Chapuis not going to do anything from there. So Jules Denel, good score in the end, 13.62. Remember, only one wave score counting, so scores will be lower from now on if you're comparing them to the earlier rounds. Marco said, can you say the names of the sailors several times and what board and brand sails are on? It's difficult to understand who to follow. Good question, good point. I will try and do that. It's not always quite easy, but yeah, I should probably do that a little bit more. Apologies. There we go. This was the first backy from Chapuis. Ooh, flatty. That was pretty flat. Scored 5 points, did it? Is that what? Maybe that wasn't even on the score. I'm looking down the list, or did he crash it in the end? It could have been the back loop halfway through with the 5 points. This was Victor. Back loop 612. Victor's obviously on duotone gear. All the whites just replays before we do the next one. This is Jules Denel, obviously JP, Neil Pride. A bit of stalled forward. Denel and Fernandez advance. It's official. Okay, who have we got now? This could be an interesting battle. We have got Smooth versus Swift and Marino Gill going against Adam Varchol. So, Marino Gill will be on that red Goya sail as far as I can tell. Varchol usually is on the blue Goya sail. This is Marino, fresh from his second place in Pozo. Massive performance from him this year. He's been on another level. Then we've got Smooth. Usually we're usually seeing him on like a yellow Goya sail. I haven't seen it though so far today. And then Robbie Swift will be on the Neil Pride and JP combo. Again, I haven't seen him quite yet, but expect him to be on the JP Pride gear. So Marino Gill, Adam Varchol on the outside, that blue gear. It looks like it's Robbie Swift coming towards us on the Neil Pride in the far, and then Smooth down the bottom end on the other screen. So that's the all four riders. Yeah, step in. Bit of help in the commentary booth. We've only got one headset, so that's it. We're good to go. What have we got? How is it out there? Let me know.
Hey Ben.
How is it? Good?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, it was hardcore conditions today.
Yeah, we got Mr. Tula in the booth. Is that you say it, Tula?
Yeah.
Tula, okay.
Tula, yeah.
Tula in the booth. Difficult conditions. Harder than it looks.
Yeah, like when you're out there, it's just white water everywhere. So it's really hard to see if there's a wave or it's like gonna have an open fish you can ride on, or like, yeah, really hard.
Yeah. You ever sailed in these conditions, but you haven't ever sailed in Sylt before like this?
No, actually not. It was first time here.
It's an eye-opener.
Yeah, it's like it's a bit like at home when you are sailing onshore on the reef. It's really, really messy. Just the shore break here is heavy. But
yeah, it's difficult. The mad thing is some people are making it look good, and it's like those are the guys who are obviously getting through. There's a skill to sailing here, and it does take time. You know, it takes, you see the guys who have been here a fair few years now, they've definitely got some sort of formula. Leon Jammer, you know, he's done a lot of German championships here. He's definitely got a different way of sailing this place. It's interesting to see. Obviously got a few of the boys in this one. Varchol, 2 Goya riders are going against Marino Gill. And Varchol's had a good start to this heat. I saw him get a good wave ride before. He's already dropped to 5.12 back loop. So that's a good start. But 7.62 from Robbie Swift on his first wave. Wow, that's the biggest wave score we've seen. A 1-footed back loop from Marino Gill gets wet. Well, doesn't even get wet. He didn't even make it round, which is interesting. Smooth has already thrown down a forward 3.12 and a back loop 4.62. Marino Gill just with a forward 2.75 at the moment. That wave score from Varchol only a 3.12. So the wave from Swift, wow, what did he do on that thing?
yeah, I couldn't really see the wave.
Yeah. That's a big score though to open up the heat. He's got to feel pretty. You know when there's only one wave score counting now.
Yeah, now.
So that's it. He's done. 7.88 for that wave for Swifty. Wow.
I guess it must be in the shore break to get that high score.
I would have thought so, but he's still out the back. So the only thing I can think is he found a couple of sections out there, or there was a tacker, there was a backside 360, there was some sort of maneuvers going on, or it maybe run all the way through and he got quite a lot of turns on it. There must have been some critical turns though to get a score that big. Smooth, he's a big guy. Yeah, I'm just having a look on here. Why no sail numbers? Have they had them in other events? I mean, sail numbers have kind of like, I don't know. I feel like there is sail numbers. Like Smooth has got some sail numbers on, but it definitely feels like not all the riders have got sail numbers on. I'll tell you what, I'm inundated with people now in the booth. Can't get one of this morning, but obviously now is obviously people are turning up. It's probably the warmest place here. Adam Varchol on the blue sail. I mean, could he cause an upset? That would be a pretty big upset if he could take down Marino Gill. At the moment, he is leading. It's still early days in this heat, but it's going to go very fast. I mean, do you have 18-minute heat when you were out?
Yeah, yes. 16.
16
minutes, yeah.
What is it now? 14?
14, and they took one wave out of the, and still 2 jumps. And the jumping part was not that hard as the wave. Like, it was so
the wave is really tricky. I said to Pick this morning when he said 2 waves, I was thinking, my life, to get 2 good waves is so difficult. Like to get 1 is difficult. To get 2, I think it's almost nearly impossible. So
yeah, but now with the tide is getting higher, you have actually the shore break with a really powerful wave. So I think with 1 wave there, you can get a good score, or you can get stuck inside.
Yeah, or you get absolutely steamrolled and then stay on the beach for the whole heat. Yeah, you'll see the guys, I think, venture down to the shore break towards the end of the heat. But it's literally a do or die moment at the end. You don't really want to be near the shore break at the beginning, because then to get the jumps in, you have to make your way all the way out to the outside. So it is tricky. It is tricky, that's for sure. Okay, so Robbie Swift in control at the moment, and definitely in control now. I'm sure he's going to be on about 17 points after that forward loop, which is going to be pretty tricky. But Smooth not having a bad one, but you just see that 7-8-8. And I don't know what Smooth's going to have to do to get anywhere near that. He's already behind on the back loop. And that wave is going to be just so difficult. Swifty just throwing it down early doors. 7 minutes to go. Marino Gill still trailing to Adam Varchol. Both of these guys live in, Gran Canaria. Varchol's been around a little bit. Polish rider, lived in Trifa for a bit. Then he was in Maui for a bit. Now he's in Pozo. So he is getting some experience on a lot of different breaks.
Yeah, I think he's really good all-around sailor. Now he's
good surfer as well, Varchol.
So I think for him, with this onshore condition, it's not like a big problem. He can jump on both sides, and yeah.
Yeah, I would say Marino, maybe it could be quite overwhelming when you sail in these conditions when you're used to something a bit easier. Obviously, Marino, we know the skill level he's got. He will adapt, but it can be frustrating when you're so used to, just having a bit easier. Down the bottom end, Marino Gill, bang, there's the back loop. Decent, solid looking back loop. That's going to help his case. But you know how it's going to go. Wave scores will determine a lot, and they can happen very quickly at the end of a heat. Jump scores, I don't think we're going to see too much in it, as long as they manage to get their 2 jumps in. Swifty looking very solid at the moment. 17.64 on the board already. Smooth already in a bit of trouble here as Swifty goes for the push loop, just under rotates a little bit, but will sail away. The Smooth fan club is out in force. Love to see it. I think it might actually have the most online support in terms of comedy value. The Smooth operator. Where is he though? Is he challenging? Swifty, what's he got? Oh, this is lining up. Oh, just caught the tip. Not much power on the takeoff.
I had 2 of the push loops as well, where the tip is catching. It's so hard when you're that underpowered and you just want the rotation as fast as possible.
Yeah, and it's onshore, so as you turn in, you lose all your speed, you lose even more power.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tricky one.
And I was on 5.3 and 93 liter board, and I was still with the current outside. I think you could easily have used a 100 liter board for me as well.
Yeah, I totally agree. I was saying this to Alessio, he's bought an 85 with him. I was saying, you know what, Sylt, you need volume. You need a bit of width. You need something that's going to carry. How heavy are you?
I'm 82 to 84.
Yeah.
And I think the wind is even lighter now than in the morning when we sailed the first heat.
Yeah, agreed. It definitely looked like there was a point where I thought, oh, maybe we might even cancel, but actually came back a bit. Adam Varchol riding by looks of it, a pretty okay wave here. He's got a bit of flow on him today. Well, he's got a bit of flow on him every day, but here in Sylt, you don't always see riders, managing to make it work. It is just such a different wave to keep motivated with, because it's not that great. Let's be honest. So you're riding it and you've really got to stay this is okay. This might feel maybe not that I'm used to, but this is better than what the other guy's doing, or it's really a different mindset.
Yeah, it's like the waves here, when you get this kind of waves in free sailing, you will let them go.
Totally like that. It's exactly like that.
And then you just keep riding on something a
free sailing day, you might go for one hit every now and again, but you'd probably be a jumping day. You just pick out the little nuggets, whereas when you're in a competition, you're trying to do something that you might not do in free sailing, make the most of a long kind of slopey looking wave on the outside. It's not normal. But there we go, 388. I thought it would help, and he is, putting Marino Gill under a bit of pressure here. I've seen some big names fall here in Sylt. Costa was one of them. When I did the interview with him the other day, I asked him about when I remember Costa doing Sylt for the first time, and he literally didn't make it off the beach. He won Pozo, coming here like the big dog, German, the crowd are all watching him, there's a lot of talk of him, and he literally didn't make it off the beach. He got smashed and ended up on the rocks, and it was like, okay, this is not Pozo. You know, this is a whole different animal of a place. Not easy. But yeah, Vadim Varchol leading at the moment. Keep your eye on that red sail. That's the guy we've got to be looking at now, because he is the guy that can make the difference. On the other side of the draw, Robbie Swift is got such a big lead ahead of Smooth, and I don't think Smooth's going to get enough. I mean, 7.88 is such a big wave score. And he's also had, you know, solid jump scores, Swifty. But yeah, let's put the, can we put the orange sailor on the main screen with 1 minute 38 to go? Yeah, this is who's got to make a difference. He needs to find something special. Marino Gill, second in Pozo this year. There's a frontside hit. They'll like that. They'll definitely like that. Backside. And now is what do you do next? That's the question.
I think you just keep following it all the way into the shore now.
But then it usually just goes fat, and then it's hard to go, well, am I still on this wave? Is this still a wave?
I think it's the same, but...
Yeah. Does it, you know, how are they going to score it? He's still the same wave?
It's
That's what I mean. It's like, is it?
I think it's the same wave,
but... It feels like it is, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But then there's nothing there. It's such a long way from the outside to the inside. Unless it's big, it's a weird situation you get yourself in. You're like, I think it is, and then, no, maybe not. Varchol, what's he got for us? Can he finish him off? Oh, he's got a section. Oh, little there. Whoa, he stayed on. Oh, that's what Sylt does. Just when you think you've made it. It's so difficult. 25 seconds to go. Varchol with actually a nice hit on the inside there. Marino Gill has got no wind. You've got to say, I think Varchol's just taken Marino Gill down. Oh, I mean, we had a good hit on the wave, then a backside turn, then a slopey hit. What would he need to beat Varchol? It's going to need to be 4-point wave. No, not even. Well, yeah, because he's already got a 2-point wave. So another one would give him 10.88. Yeah, it's going to need to be a 4-point wave. I don't think he's got a 4-point wave there. We'll see if another score drops.
I guess it depends a little bit how steep the section was. It was difficult for us when you see it from the top.
Yeah, that is the difficulty with the drone sometimes. It kind of flattens the wave. The judges see a more side-on view. But one thing's for sure, Robbie Swift smashes it, really. He did all the damage at the beginning of that heat. He had a 4.38 back loop, a 4.38 push loop, and a 7.88 wave in the first bit. And that was enough straight away to do it. I don't see any other wave scores dropping at the moment from Marino Gill. And it looks like Adam Varchol has just had a pretty big scalp there. One-footed back loop for Gill, but he crashed this one, if I remember rightly, yeah. That would have helped. That would have helped. It would have put him closer. Needed an extra 2 points. Swift with the forward loop. Like I say, we didn't see that wave, but he must have got some pretty decent hits on it. It looks to me like Varchol has got this. Yep, Swift and Varchol advance to the next round. Oh, look at that drone. Some close ones. Wow. So Marino Gill, second in Pozo. Where was he in the overalls, out of interest? Let's have a quick look at the rankings from the overall wave this year. Yeah, Marino Gill didn't do.
Yeah, he still need 2 more results to.
Oh, okay, because he's only done. Yeah, he did go to. Okay, he didn't do hardly any of them, does he? That's the problem. Well, my brain, I can't even see him.
He was.
Here, 15th. Yeah. So he had a 7th in Chile. Oh, he went to Chile. 7th in Chile, 2nd in Pozo, but out first round in Sylt.
Yeah.
Not what you need. Not what you need at all. Adam Varchol keeps going through though.
I also think he had a really good result in Poso as well. And now he will go to Mari for sure.
Varchol.
Yeah,
you're right. Varchol's on a good year here. I'm actually going to have a look at his results in a minute. But last heat of the first round now. Dunkebek against Ezzy and Marsilio Brown again against Dumont from New Caledonia. So Dunkebek, just with a little floaty jump. Yeah, Varchol is, he did have a good year. He had a good year in Poso. He's been a few places. Where is Adam Varchol? Adam Varchol, yeah, 17th. He went to Chile, but he got 9th in Poso, and then a 17th. He went to Peru as well. Wow, he's been doing a few results. Forward loop from Brown. Yeah, so he's gonna have a full score, Varchol. Yeah, well, we see and where he is at the end of this competition. At the moment, obviously leading the rankings, Ricardo Campello. Second place is the man on your screen right now, Marsilio Brown. And if he can do well here in Poso and Maui coming up, you wouldn't count that world title out just yet. Marc Paré in third, obviously got a good chance as well, but Antoine Martin in fourth place has already been knocked out by Alex Gran-Guillot. Look at Brazinho, how was that top turn then? Straight into a front side, just chooses just to keep the speed on. He's found a nice little section there on the outside. Maybe that's where Swift found his points, because that actually looked like it had a bit of shape in it for a little bit.
Yeah.
We got Vincent saying, come on guys, is this a fair assessment of the rider's qualities? Well, you know what, I tell you what, this is a fair assessment of the rider's qualities in these conditions. You know, we are seeing the guys who have showed that they can do it before in these conditions are doing it again. It's not like guys that have done really well in these conditions last year and the year before suddenly are rubbish now. But there are riders that are amazing in great conditions, but in not good conditions, they're not as good. You know, like there's different qualities on show. That's what I should say. Again, everyone's got different opinions on this, and we've been gone through this earlier. But it's not about that. It's about you've got to show the judges that you are better in these conditions at this moment in this heat than your opponent. It's not about the conditions. If we only did competitions in good conditions, there'd be a lot of time we would never compete. So I get it. Maybe some people don't like it. That's totally fine. That's definitely opinions. But the organizer puts on the money. The sponsors are here. They want to see a show. And there are guys making it look good. You know, we've seen it. We've seen big scores getting thrown down. We've seen some good jumps getting down. It ain't easy. I can tell you now, there is a bit of luck, like in most sporting competitions. There's always an element of luck, especially stuff like surfing. If you've ever watched surfing before, you sometimes don't get a wave. It's like, what? That's even worse, isn't it? When you, I mean, I've seen some competitions when you haven't got priority and the waves don't come and you are left there. And there's less moaning about that, which always strikes me as weird, because you don't even get many opportunities to do anything. You know, if the good waves don't come, what do you do? So I get it, but it is the same for everyone. You're all out there on the same time at the same spot. So if the other guy is making it look better, what is the difference? Is it just totally luck? I don't think so. You know, I think especially in these early rounds, we're seeing, you know, we're seeing difference makers. We're seeing guys that have showed they can do it before doing it again. Not easy, but look at this guy. I mean, Marsilio Brown, he's won here before in really difficult conditions. You know, that's it.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's good also. Like, we have starboard tech spots, we have port tech spots on the tour now. We have really good conditions like Fiji, we have jumping like Poso, so why not also bring some current and maybe a little bit of shit condition in? Because there are sailors here who used to sail these conditions. And
totally agree.
Sailors who keep sailing every day.
You know, there's guys who, maybe they can't sail cloud break great, they don't get to practice it much, but maybe they excel in and have the equipment and they are tuned in to making this look good. Again, is it as good as Fiji in conditions wise? Not at all. But this is an assessment of how good a rider can make these conditions look, how they can ride them. And I keep saying it, everyone's got an opinion, but that back loop, whether you land dry or wet, is down to skill. That, you know, Liam will know he could have done that better, and that's not luck. That's just, okay, you take off a bit different when it's onshore. You have to over rotate a little bit and maybe really, you know, spot the landing a bit more. But you don't want to do it too much because you know you want to land, so you went a bit safer on that one. There's a lot of stuff going on.
Maybe he get one more chance now.
Yeah.
Push loop.
And there we go.
Clean.
Spots it in. You know, we're seeing technique, we're seeing skill level all on show. And obviously there's an element of luck, but there's also a big element of skill. And not everyone can sail well in these conditions. On the other side of the draw, where is Ezzy? Have we seen him yet? But Dunkerbeck has just had a run with 3 jumps on it. Like I said, is it perfect? No, but he's making it count. The conditions, I would say, have almost got better. We're seeing a few more peaks around as the tide is pushing in. We're going to see the waves push up a bit. Ezzy with a 375 forward, 212 on the wave. He's won here before, but at the moment, Dunkerbeck with that jumping run there has put a little bit of distance in, and now Dunkerbeck has got his jumps in. He can concentrate on the wave. There is only one wave to score. On the other side of the draw, look at Brown, you know, 6.5 with his back loop, 588 with the forward loop, and a 462 already on the wave. He's on 17 points. You cannot tell me that's luck, or, you know, this guy is the best in the world for me, you know, on every tack, and he can even turn it on in onshore. So I'm sure he would agree this is not his favourite condition. He doesn't love sailing these conditions, but he is doing the job. Yeah. And also, I think for the brands, it also shows what gear's working in these conditions. It shows that, you know, they're not just sailing in perfect down the line. You know, people want equipment that works in everything, and I think this is a good showcase for the riders to show that their equipment is working well. Yeah.
You actually see a lot of the guys using like the kind of free wave boards they have here, just on the biggest sizes, because they are planing early.
Yeah, and they're not custom boards, they're production boards straight off the rack, used in these conditions. And I think, like I say, I think it's a good example of what is going on and what is possible. Yeah. Because it's almost like, I know this looks probably easier on the stream, it's way harder, but still, it still shows what is possible. Yeah, 6. Yeah, I mean, absolutely killing it at the moment. Brasinho, 17.25. Other side of the draw, still not much room for movement between Dunkerbeck and Ezzy. 4 points the difference, but that can get closed up very fast in these type of conditions. You know, one more jump landed and then one good wave, bang. That can happen in a minute. So 5 minutes to go. Time is ticking down. Got Luigi saying there was no jumps in Fiji, but no one complained. Also little wind in Peru. It was more like surfing. Again, totally different conditions, you know, super light. And I think that's windsurfing. We all windsurf. And some people don't like certain conditions, and I know some people that hate float and ride. For me, it's one of my favorite things to do. You know, I know some people that love super windy storm conditions and other people that hate it. So, you know, it's a whole different ball game. We've all got our favorite conditions. Not sure this will be most people's favorite conditions, but you got to make it work.
Yeah, like I was just about to say the same. I don't think there's a lot of people who like this, but it's good there. It's a part of the game.
It's interesting for me. I really find it interesting, and also to see the mentality of people. You know, do they step up a level? Because this is mentally tough. You know, your world title's on the line, your whatever, but you have to stay so focused until the last minute, because you could be thinking, oh, this isn't good. But if you think like that, sometimes the other person's having a worse heat. The other person is freaking out more. And if you freak out a bit too much, they might have you. You know, you got to keep it together. It's quite a test, I have to say.
Yeah, like I felt yesterday there was a bit of warm up, we had in the evening where it turned like more or less the same direction, a bit more starboard tack. But when I came in, I felt like, oh, I was seeing people doing back loop, and I felt really, really bad, like, fuck. And then I talked with Sebastian, the slalom sailor, and he said, yeah, maybe there was 2 who did a back loop yesterday.
Yeah.
Actually, everyone was sailing kinda bad, but good for the conditions. And and I think, yeah, you feel always it's a bit bad, but actually it's a bit better than...
It's difficult. If you look at a lot of guys on the water, it's easy to think everyone's doing something. But if you watch one guy, you realise, they're not doing as much as you think. But if you watch 20 guys, you see a back loop, you see a push loop, you see a decent wave ride, but they're all from different people usually.
Yeah, exactly.
But last night, I looked on the water, Thomas Traversa looked good.
Yeah, he looks good.
Victor Fernandez looked good. They looked in different league to me. You know, they had this extra power, speed, flow in really some kind of minimal conditions. 2 minutes to go. How are we looking? Is Ezzy in the game? He needs another jump by the looks of it.
And he's on the outside, barely planing, I can see.
Yeah, Dunkerbeck on the inside, 2 minutes to go. I mean, Brown is looking like he's got this wrapped up already. No coincidence to me. You know, light, that's why they're not coming to the inside. You can just see how messed up it is. I mean, how do you find a lip to hit on the inside? That's why they only come here at the end on the off chance that there might be something, but it really is, you know, low percentage that you find something, because even if you hit it, the board gets pushed away from you, takes your wind, and there's no wind anyway. It's so difficult to land it after the hit.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, you cannot go too early on this one, because then you actually have to hit it late, and then
it looks like it's dropped.
Yeah,
it really does, doesn't it?
But it should drop around now. Exactly.
No, I mean, that's the scary thing. Since I started windsurfing and to now, how accurate the forecasting is.
Yeah.
It is obscene. Like, we used to ring up a telephone line, and there would be some guy with a recorded message saying, like, in our area there was going to be a certain wind. But now you look online, it's like at 9:53 the wind will swing like 45 degrees and drop, or it will rain, and then you're like, oh my God, it's dropped. This is what it was forecasting, and there we go. It's been cancelled. It has been cancelled. I mean, for Brasinho, you'd be like, well, I'd rather not, because now he's in that heat. He's in that heat, which is on hold.
It's going to be a long day in the
Oh, that's just a horrible feeling. You know, he knows he's done enough.
Yeah.
There's a minute to go. Oh, you know, Ezzy probably thinking, well, yeah, it should have been cancelled because he didn't get his stuff in. But I'm sure Brasinho right now would have wanted that heat to finish.
I'm pretty sure too.
Yeah, but I think it's fair enough. It dropped like the last 3-4 minutes. Then there was really literally nothing. And yeah, that could be it. That could definitely be it. Yeah, the problem is, I think if it had just been Brasinho and Dumont, if that had just been the heat, it wouldn't have been cancelled. It was so clear that didn't make a difference. The problem was on the other side of the heat. You can see Liam saying there was nothing. There was nothing. You know, Graham Ezzy and Liam, it's a closer heat, but there's a couple of crash back loops from Graham. You could argue that he didn't capitalise on the beginning bit of the heat, and your heat is not that 12 minutes or 40 minutes for the whole heat. The 40 minutes is given to give a little bit of room. So there's a couple of ways of looking at it, but I think at the end, well, there. Is he happy? Is he?
What?
I think he's saying to Liam, actually, it was fine. I think Liam's saying, no, there was nothing, it was rubbish. But I think Brasinho really knows the truth. He doesn't want to be in that cancelled heat.
No.
It is 100% the worst position to be in now in Sylt.
Yeah, like I feel there's two. If you're like the first heat of the day, or you're the first heat of like a cancelled heat.
Yeah.
You can go on the beach the whole day in your wetsuit, and
Yeah, well, there we go. So we have cancelled the heat. A bit of information. Obviously, if you are just joining us, I'm joined with Simon Tula in the booth. Yeah, he's obviously been out there today fighting it out, and it has been a tricky day. Have we seen many upsets? Who have we seen? We've seen Antoine Albert get through, Thomas Traversa get through. We expect to see in that. We've seen Alessio Stilrich take down Runes, Campello. I mean, you had a tricky heat there. I just realised you had Ricardo in the early rounds, which is not an easy one. Sugi, I think, sailed a really good heat today. Jammer as well. We saw Julian Salmon again ripping. Marc Paré going through. Nero surprised me. He looked really good. He's been putting in the work. Every chance we've been getting on the water, he has been out there this week, and it really paid off. He looked good today. Grangio has to go down for the biggest upset of the day, taking down Antoine Martin. Antoine Martin, was he on a Sylt style board? Maybe not.
No, but it's hard when you're like used to a board or something.
No, but Sarah Keita said it, and I was like, he needs something maybe a bit wider, like for Sylt, you know, and well, we'll see. Jules Dinell taking out Chapuis. Fernandez obviously looked good. Robbie Swift looked good. Varchol, this was another upset. Varchol taking down Marino Gill, but it was pretty solid. I mean, it was. Yeah. It looked pretty good. And then we've just had the last heat. Dunkerbeck versus Ezzy. Brown versus Dumont. Cancelled at the end. Brown was winning by a very clear margin. He'll be upset with that. He's now in this horrible heat where we have to wait. So we're going to take some ads now. We might not be back because they will be going on hold now. If conditions improve, we'll be going straight back into competition. As soon as we do that, I'll be back on air to give the commentary. Thanks to Simon for joining me, and we'll catch you in a bit.
Irgendwo da draußen ist der perfekte Urlaub, wo die Zeit stillsteht und man glücklich ist und man spürt, dass immer jemand für dich da ist. Lass dich treiben. Komm mit.
Schauinslandreisen.
Urlaub in besten Händen.
Got to be. Gemeinsam für euch. Ultra starker Halt. Den ganzen Tag. Für matte Looks. Auf jeder Welle. Sofortiges Volumen im Handumdrehen. Got to be. For whoever you want to be.
Heineken celebrates 150 years of the perfect serve. It should be served in its purest form.
More ice?
Quality brew with malt hops and water for a crisp taste that needs nothing else.
Can I get some limes, por favor?
Pour at 45-degree angle and sculpt to perfection.
Sparen war gestern. Jetzt einfach anlegen mit Smarvesto. Die digitale Vermögensverwaltung mit künstlicher Intelligenz. Smarvesto analysiert täglich die Märkte der ETFs und ETCs und optimiert Ihre Geldanlage. Jetzt einfach anlegen auf smarvesto.de.
Tja, unser Buddy hatte eine OP vor 2 Wochen. Da ging es ihm ganz schön schlecht. Zum Glück hat die Hanse Merkur die Tierklinik bezahlt. Und jetzt sind alle wieder glücklich.
Eine Leistung unserer Tierversicherung. Hand in Hand ist Hanse Merkur. Ausgezeichnet von Stiftung Warentest.
Volkswagen.
Escaping reality and reconnecting with yourself. Adventure awaits.
Dafür erstmal einen großen Applaus. Sarah Kita auf Ringer heute 3. Platz im Women's Wave. Und dann haben wir auch noch Matthäus Isaac hier. Currently you are in 5th in the ranking in slalom, correct? Correct, yes. And how do you feel?
Yeah, I feel very good. I think the top 10 is really close to each other, and we'll get more one more elimination, and we'll see how it goes.
Ja, wollen wir mal gucken. Nico, für dich, ich glaube vorgestern war es noch 10. und jetzt 14. Lass mich nicht lügen.
Ja, da hast du recht, bin leider ein bisschen zurückgerutscht. Aber das gesamte Event ist für mich bisher nicht so super gut gelaufen.
Das jetzt dein einziges Fazit, macht aber trotzdem Spaß hier.
Ja, klar, macht Spaß. Die Kämpfe sind sehr eng. Es sind ein paar Crashes passiert. Es macht vielleicht nicht direkt Spaß, aber es macht es auf jeden Fall spannend. Und ich habe auf jeden Fall Bock, noch mal rauszugehen morgen.
Ich habe dich auch gestern, glaube ich, noch im Event-Set gesehen oder auf jeden Fall hier auf dem Eventgelände ziemlich spät. Was noch frei?
Nee, das kann nicht sein, aber ich war im Windhotel in der Hotelparty und das war auf jeden Fall ganz lustig, aber auch nicht so lang.
Alles klar, holen wir vielleicht heute nach, außerdem ist morgen natürlich auch Wasser. Sarah Kita, how was it yesterday? We were waiting like 5 hours for you to maybe go back on the water. Is that like frustrating?
After some experience on the tour, I feel like I know when I'm going to run competition. So looking at the conditions, I felt quite relaxed because I was just about the first time, which would give me like 20 minutes before I left. So I was actually out of my wetsuit for those 5 hours.
Alright, last time when we were here with Jens Keers, Balz Müller und Lennart Neubauer, and all of them said you have the best hairstyle of all sailors. What do you think?
Thank you very much. Yeah, Balz told me yesterday.
And what would you say who has the best hairstyle?
There's a couple of people. I'm going to name Nicolas Gazon, has really nice hair, and there's Joep Schmidt, who has the most beautiful hair of everyone. Matthäus?
Let's see. What would you say? Who has the nicest hairstyle of all the sailors? Alright, und Nico, was sagst du?
Hands down, Sarah.
Alles klar, also Sarah Kita hier mit dem besten Hairstyle. Und wenn ihr auch so gut aussehen wollt, dann kommt doch gerne her zum Gatto-Stand. Hier gibt es nämlich heute den ganzen Tag Professional Hairstyling. Und ich würde sagen, wir drei machen jetzt noch ein Foto in der Fotobooth. Come with me. And danach gibt es hier eine Autograph-Session mit den dreien. Also kommt gerne her. So, kurzes Update nochmal hier von der Wettkampffront. Also Unterbrechung der Wettbewerbe in der Disziplin Wave Riding aufgrund von zu schwachem und genau auch langem Wind. Das war schon wieder ein ganz erfolgreicher Tag heute. Schon am frühen Morgen das Finale der Damen in der Disziplin Wave Riding. Ria Behrens im Duell gegen Marine Hunter. Und der Sieg ging in diesem Fall nach Frankreich für Marine Hunter. Das ist der erste Weltcup-Sieg ihrer Karriere, aber auch für Maria Behrens ein riesen Erfolg. Auch sie stand das erste Mal in einem PWA World Cup Finale und deshalb also allerbeste Stimmung bei der jungen Lübeckerin. Die werden wir heute bestimmt auch noch mal auf der Bühne haben. Jetzt also reichen die Bedingungen nicht aus, um die Disziplin Welt für die Herren weiter fortzuführen, deshalb Unterbrechung für Wettkämpfe. Ich denke, die Wettfahrtleitung wird jetzt gucken, was ist heute möglich, können wir einsteigen in die Disziplin Racing. Aber auch das hat heute in sich, die Feuer aus Wasser bringen bei diesen hohen Shortbreaks und Wellen, die wir hier im Moment super näher haben, glaube ich, nahezu unmöglich. Wir werden euch auf jeden Fall informieren, sobald es hier Neuigkeiten gibt und auf dem Wasser etwas passiert. Die Stimmung bei den Fahrern nach wie vor gut, auch wenn hier momentan keine Wettkämpfe gefahren werden. Viele sind hier am Strand unterhalten sich mit viel Nacht. Und einerseits ist das ja eines der schönen Dinge, die Windsurf ist eine Natursportart und man reagiert auf das, was die Bedingungen möglich machen. Heute ist es also mal ein bisschen ein Nachteil, weil momentan der Wind nicht ausreicht, um hier weiter fortzuführen mit der Disziplin Wave Riding. Insgesamt ja, dieses Event ein richtiger Kracher. Single Elimination komplett im Freestyle, Double Elimination komplett durchgefahren. Mittlerweile 7 Slalom-Ergebnisse, eine komplette Wave Elimination bei den Damen. Also da ging schon so richtig was ab. Jetzt also mal ein bisschen Chill-Time hier für die Aktiven. Zorn und Zerek, meine Kollegen kommen zurück vom Gatogiestand. Wie viel habt ihr noch nie ausgesehen? Ach, das ist doch jetzt gelogen. Ja, gibt eine nette Autogrammstunde mit dabei unter anderem Sarakita und Finger heute Morgen als worden im Women's Wave. Außerdem dabei Nico Green und Matthias Isaac. Und wir haben gerade auch nochmal die Herzlein der Sailor geratet. Und da ist Sarakita immer noch auf Platz 1, da sind sich alle einig. Ich habe gehört, dass die Matthias Isaac vorne gesehen hat. Trägt ja eigentlich keine Haare. Eigentlich eine Mütze. Informationen. Und ich habe mich ein bisschen gewundert, dass wir im Bunkerberg Matthias Brown auf der Wandbahn sind. Jetzt wissen wir warum. Rote Flagge geht nach oben. Und es gibt einen erneuten Versuch, die Heat 8 auszutragen. So schnell kann es gehen. Das ist jetzt tatsächlich nicht mitgerechnet, wenn ich mir das Geschehen auf dem Wasser angucke. Jetzt ist die rote Flagge, das ist mal nach Nummer 8 schauen.
Okay, so we are back into competition. You've probably read it on the live ticker, but we are kicking off straight away. Yes, we are. We're going to re-sail heat number 8. We will be then down to the final 16 riders. We won't be having an official competition until we get down to the final 8 riders. So until we get through the next round after this one, this result, as a result for this event, will not count for the overalls. If we get past the next round, so to the final 8 riders, it will count as official result. Obviously in the women, it already counts. We've done the finals. Maureen Hunter won it this morning. Great back loop from her. Maria Behrens, second place. Sarah Keita in third, and Justina Shaddy in fourth place. That is how we're looking in that, and we are now into men's single elimination. We've pretty much got through the first round. We've got all the way to the last one, heat number 8. Dunkerbeck versus Ezzy, Brown versus Dumont. As far as I'm aware, the heat has started, so we are underway with the heat, and we should be seeing some action out there. The tide is pushing in. The waves have got a bit more size to them now, a bit more shape. The wind is forecast to die down. In fact, that's the green flag. I think we just heard the green flag go up now. So the heat has just started, and we should be seeing some action from on the water pretty soon. Not easy conditions. If you've been watching the live stream this morning, you will know it's not easy conditions, but the top guys on a whole have been getting through, and the guys who are good in these conditions have been showing their skill set. Here we go. There's Ezzy on the Marcella Brown on the Goya, obviously. Look